Finally, the tradition of sending one child to monastic pursuits does not discourage secular schooling in the Tibetan case. As long as one child is in the monastery, rural Tibetan parents usually encourage their children to go to the secular public school. Like rural Uyghur parents, pastoral Tibetan households may not always find schooling useful in the practical world, but they are more compliant when it comes to mandatory public education. When some local governments, in order to fulfill the state's mandatory education requirement, assign quotas to each family to send a certain number of their children to the public school, Tibetan parents try to oblige in some way. In cases where extra hands are needed on the pasture land, they may be willing to pay other people to have their children attend school so as to fulfill the quotas assigned to their household. These factors contribute to a far better equilibrium between secular and religious education in the Tibetan case. In addition, the geopolitical setting differs in the two cases. Islamic extremism spreads not just in Xinjiang but in many of China's neighboring countries along Xinjiang's border in West and Central Asia, especially Pakistan and Afghanistan. By contrast, Tibet's external neighborhood of a Hindu state and several Buddhist statelets poses no extremist or terrorist threats. Thus Xinjiang imposes a much higher geopolitical pressure on China. The absence of this pressure obliterates the need for draconian state responses to control unauthorized religious growth in the Tibetan case. Summary. This chapter has examined changing religious policy in the post-Mao era as a dynamic of institutional tensions built into the autonomous system. That is, a paradox of centralization and ethnicization, pulling the system in opposite directions. In the early post-Mao era, religious revival was promoted by the state as a mechanism of political integration, to repair damaged relations with key minority communities. This ethnic accommodation, however, encouraged ethnic identity expression that has evolved in directions undesired by the state, periodically challenging and undermining the state's goal of national integration. Religious growth then has had to be curbed in progressively constraining ways, leading to frustrated identity, ethnic mobilization, political resistance, or even violence, and more curtailment from the state. I have chronicled two cycles of these developments in this chapter: the state's direct and indirect facilitation of religion in the 1980s, leading to ethnicizing effects that compelled state curtailment of religion in the 1990s, and the state's indirect facilitation of religion in the 2000s, resulting in ethnicizing effects that has led to the state's draconian curtailment of religion since the late 2000s. A key finding of this chapter is that religion or its suppression by the state did not automatically become a focus of anti-state sentiments, as is often implied in the existing literature. Rather, I argue, the state played a crucial role in facilitating religion's position as a focus of ethnic identity expression, namely, religious revival as a mechanism of political integration backfired. Moreover, limited state capacity has exacerbated religious growth unsanctioned by the state. In Xinjiang's case, state failure to differentiate variants of Islam and Islamic groups has resulted in underreaching and overreaching in controlling radical forces, leading to an escalation of radicalism and violence. In the Tibetan case, state failure to differentiate religious and political sentiments has resulted in overreaching in curtailing religious sentiments. In both cases, reform policies help to make ethnic members who are susceptible to ethno-religious identity politics more vulnerable, by way of weakened rural governance and economic liberalization. The problem will be examined in more detail in Chapter 7. Despite the broad similarities, four distinctions have contributed to divergent state responses and outcomes in the two cases. First, traditional sectarian variance, in the Tibetan case, makes it difficult for the leading sect to assert influence over all religious communities, unlike the easy entry enjoyed by Wahhabism in traditionally Sunni communities in Xinjiang's case. Second, traditional sectarian variance makes it difficult for the likes of religious fundamentalism or pan-Islamic ideologies to gain ascendance in the Tibetan case, in contrast to Xinjiang's case. Third, a lack of religious radicalism mitigates threat perceptions in the Tibetan case, allowing gray areas of religion to survive. Fourth, A lack of religious restrictions beyond the clergy obliterates pressure across Tibetan communities to observe them, thus further mitigating threat perceptions or strict enforcement of religious bans. All this is not to say that self-immolation is not a serious form of violence or political resistance. But it poses a different threat perception and on a different scale. The four distinctions allow a much less volatile religious climate in the Tibetan case than is the case for Xinjiang. For these two ethnic regions, religion poses special paradoxes for autonomy. While autonomous regions are granted formal jurisdiction over minority customs and religious freedom, the revival of religion was itself sponsored by the central state. The state's intention was to salvage minority support damaged by the Cultural Revolution, but it had little understanding of the complexity of religious lineages and sects. When religious revival evolved in directions unintended by the state, religion itself must then be curbed. Herein lies the ultimate irony of socialist autonomy. Finally, religious revival has had the most adverse impact on minority members of the lower classes, since they have become the main perpetrators and victims of ethnic violence associated with religious revival. 1. The data are from XUAR Commission on Ethnic and Religious Affairs, Xinjiang Yizilan Gongzuo Qingquan. 1992. Cited in Li. 2. The 1997 dataset is the only one I can find about the size of Wahhabis in any religion of Xinjiang. See Guanyu Wokawahabipe Wenti de Dioka Baojeo, a joint report by the Investigative Group for Religious Problems, the Department of United Front and the Commission on Religious Affairs of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, 1997. 3. Conversations with a police officer in a Hotan County, who was a Uyghur neighbor of one of my relatives, Fall 2013. Conversations with a former police officer of Hotan, Summer 2015. 4. For example, Wu and Li, from the Xinjiang Academy of Social Sciences, Zhang, a former party secretary of Xinjiang's Commission on Politics and Law. See also Li Y, a Hong Kong-based reporter. 5. Conversations with Marong and another scholar at Zhejiang University, in Hangzhou, June 17, 2018. Examples of mysterious deaths included suspicious heart attacks, automobile accidents, and alcohol-related deaths. 6. Conversations with this woman in Hotan, October 2013, and one of her employers in summer 2015. Because of her bilingual skills and knowledge of banking procedures, she helped Hajis with money transfers. 7. Information in this paragraph is based on observations in 3 cities of southern Xinjiang, summer 2011, and in 5 counties of Hotan, fall 2013. These included conversations with local residents in Uyghur bazaars and college campuses. 8. Ibid and conversations with 8 female students at a Kashgar college and 3 female students on a Urumqi college campus, summer 2011, and conversations with 5 teachers at a public school in southern Xinjiang, fall 2013 and 2 in summer 2015. 9. Ibid and conversations with 4 members of work-in-residence teams, Hotan, summer 2015 and electronically, 2017 and 2018. 10. Observations in Yushan County, Hotan, fall 2013. Conversations with 3 Uyghur jade traders in Suzhou, summer 2017 and 2018. 11. Observations in Hotan, fall 2013. I schemed through a whole year's local newspapers, up to the end of October 2013. 12. Conversations with 2 Uyghur police officers in Hotan County, Hotan Prefecture, fall 2013. 13. The WUC blames police clash with protesters, but local Han and Uyghur residents indicated no occurrence of such protests. See Catherine Hill, tense mood prevails after Xinjiang attack. Financial Times, July 21, 2011. Web. 14. Ananth Krishnan, analysts see Pakistan terror links to Xinjiang attack. The Hindu, July 21, 2011. Web. 15. Ananth Krishnan, terrorists trained in Pakistan camps behind Xinjiang attack, China. The Hindu, August 1, 2011. Web. 16 for the WUC version, see China's oppressive policy causes the Basha violent incident. BBC, April 24, 2013. Web. 17 The previous imam was possibly arrested. BBC, Chinese leaders are concerned with escalating violence. September 1, 2013. Web. 18 This author's observation of public circular of the Public Security Bureau of the Hotan Prefecture, dated July 9, 2013. 19 Andrew Jacobs, Tiananmen He Yaiwei Baofa King Genzi Bai New York Times November 8, 2013. http://cn.newyorktimes.com/china/20131108/C08 Xinjiang. 20 Radio Free Asia, Bashazian Shikji Shijian Bei Shisha, Ziwik Xiao Shikaswai. November 18, 2013. www.rfa.org/mandarin/yateibaodeo/qiao2hyphen11182003100507.html. 21 Yunnan's party secretary reported this confession by a 16-year-old female captive on March 4, but this version of events disappeared from the Chinese media after Beijing blamed the event on separatist forces. Nanfang Daily's report of the earlier confession is no longer available online. 22 The news sources, too numerous to list here, are available upon request. 23 Conversations with 2 officials and 1 professional of southern Xinjiang who were members of work teams in the rural south, summer 2015. Electronic conversations with 2 scholars in Beijing who were on work teams to southern Xinjiang, 2018. 24 These included Shijiazhuang, early 2015, Shenyang, July 13, Wenzhou, July 23, Zhengzhou, September 7, and Shaanxi, December. Sources for these cases are available at https://zh.wikipedia.org/wiki/2015. 25 The news sources, too numerous to list here, are available upon request. 26 For one example, see Xinjiang Wulamuki, Jaelikan Jushi Yaibizida Kinkai. December 6, 2016. www.chinapeace.government.cn/zigzun/2016, 12/06/content_11384659.htm. 27 An example is a suggestive glorification of Uyghurs' bloody violence against Qing armies in the 19th century. Conversation with a scholar who has read a Chinese translation of the textbooks, at Zhejiang University, June 2018. 28 Observations inside the Kirti Monastery, the leading Gelugpa monastery of Kham, and several other monasteries in Engawa and Gars, summers 2014 and 2015. Conversations with family members of a monk of the Kirti Monastery, summer 2014. 29 Conversations with a Han scholar and a Tibetan scholar, both of Western Sichuan at Sichuan University, July 2018. 30 In-depth conversations with a Tibetan Rinpoche in Western Sichuan, summer 2015. He is also a vice-chairman of the county CPPCC. 31 Electronic communications with a senior researcher at the China Tibetology Center and a senior researcher at the Western Development Research Center of Sichuan University, February 2018. I directly observed local officials signing up rural Tibetans for public health insurance in rural areas, the TAR, July 2017. 32 Conversations with 2 local United Front officials who were in charge of liaison with the Kirti Monastery of Engawa, a Rinpoche who is a member of the county CPPCC in Engawa, and 3 scholars of Western Region Development from Sichuan University, summer 2014. Conversations with a Tibetan rural household in Gars, and 2 scholars of Western Region Development at Sichuan University, summer 2017. 33 Zhu Xiaoming, former head of the China Tibetology Center who headed Beijing's search for the new Panchen Lama, conceded this point, based on my conversations with a scholar at Sichuan University where Zhu was a visiting scholar, summer 2015. 34 While driving toward Gars on July 5, 2015, several local scholars and I were stopped by a mudslide. We decided to visit a student of one of the scholars who was from a Ngawa village. We spent hours chatting with the student's family of 9 people. 35 This was the family of our Tibetan driver during my trip to Gars with local scholars in July 2015. This was also an unplanned visit because he offered it when we were driving through his village. 36 Field Observation, Daiking, Yunnan, August 2016. 37 I thank an anonymous reader for raising this point. 38 Field Observations in Ngawa and Gars, summers 2014 and 2015. 39 Comments at the Q&A section at an internal academic forum of a Chinese university, Hangzhou, June 2018. 40 He wished to be only identified as Kampa so his private views would not be taken as official positions. Conversations in Beijing, Fall 2013. 41 Field Observations and Conversations, Surder County and Surder Monastery, July 2015. 42 Electronic communications with a Sichuan scholar who was involved in proposing ideas for the demolition and rebuilding project. August 17, 2018. 7. Economic modernization and its discontents. If class universalism has been replaced by identity politics in key minority regions since the early 1980s, egalitarianism has been replaced by developmentalism across the country since the early 1990s. Developmental policies have demonstrably favored the politically sensitive ethnic regions, first Tibet and then Xinjiang, serving as the state's powerful instruments for national integration. After all, the post-Mao state views economic development as the best way to bridge regional, intra-ethnic, and inter-ethnic disparities. Why then have developmental policies failed to generate desired outcomes in terms of political loyalty and national integration in the two outer peripheral regions? Scholars diverge in their assessment of China's developmental policies in minority regions. Some find that anti-poverty programs play an overall positive role, even if they may not always reach those most in need. Others attribute inter-ethnic income gaps to spatial rather than ethnic reasons, namely minorities tend to live in poorer regions than Han people. Analyses of the TAR and Xinjiang tend to have a more negative view, often suggesting that the benefits of development are mainly available to Han residents. For example, economic development indicators are much stronger for predominantly Han areas than for predominantly Uyghur areas. Uyghurs may be targeted for exclusion. Land dispossession plays a significant role in catalyzing Uyghur protest. Urban-centered development does not benefit the rural and pastoral areas inhabited by poor Tibetans, resulting in poverty by design, or economic growth with marginalization, polarization, and stratification in urban Tibet. At the very least, developmental policies have created dependency in Tibet or accelerated integration and Sinification in Xinjiang. These critical analyses are far apart from Beijing's policy intentions. These intentions can be seen from 3 angles. First, post-Mao economic policies for minority regions started under Hu Yaobang, while he was pulling Han Chinese out of Tibet and Xinjiang. So obviously he did not intend for those policies to benefit Han residents only. Second, further expansion of developmental programs has accompanied Beijing's concern for social stability in those 2 regions, which obviously cannot be served by increasing ethnic disparities. Finally, analysts within China are increasingly critical of the state's developmental programs for those 2 regions, not for creating exclusionary outcomes but wasteful and dependent ones. Obviously Chinese analysts do want to see minority policies work better. In other words, a distinction may be drawn between the intentions of state policies and their consequences. In this chapter I will continue with the argument that the built intentions of the autonomous system, or centralization and ethnicization, have intensified in the reform era, fueling key sources of ethnic strife in the TAR and Xinjiang. The driving force has been the state's developmentalism as strategies of development and integration. Here centralization is manifested in top-down developmental models, either planned economy or economic liberalization, while ethnicization is manifested in more state aid and preferential economic policies as well as their ethnicizing consequences. In the THIRD case, state subsidies have sustained an affirmative action economy, resulting in dependency and questionable viability. In Xinjiang's case, the undoing of the socialist economy has left behind ethnic members whose ascriptive endowments disadvantage them in the marketplace, resulting in ethnically based grievances. In both cases, developmentalism has pitted local minorities against inland migrants, fueling ethnic conflict. As remedies, the state resorts to heavy aid programs, thus intensifying central drives as well as ethnic prerogatives. This chapter will cover three topics: preferential economic policies for minority regions in the reform era, developmentalism and dependency in the THIRD case, and developmentalism and ethnic marginalization in Xinjiang's case. Development and preferential policies. Preferential economic policies for ethnic regions have greatly expanded during the reform era. The driving force has been state developmentalism, since the late 1970s/early 1980s as part of the post-Mao modernization drive, since the early 1990s as part of market reforms, since the late 1990s as part of the Western Development Program, and finally since the late 2000s as a strategy to address the root cause of the Lhasa riot of 2008 and the Urumqi riot of 2009. These policies fall into several categories. They include financial subsidies from the central state, partner assistance from interior provinces, cities, and firms, anti-poverty assistance, policies promoting education and employment for minority members, and myriad tax relief policies for the commercial, industrial, and agricultural activities of minority businesses and individuals. Table 7.1 Fiscal subsidies and modernization drive for ethnic regions. Since the late 1970s period, subsidy category usage. Since 1977, subsidies for frontier enterprises, economic, cultural, and healthcare development. Since 1980, funds for ethnic work, emergency and sensitive events affecting social stability, 5 million yen in 1980 to 50 million yen in 2006, totaling 280 million yen in 2001 to 6. 1977 to 88, investment aid for frontier construction, economic and social development, frontier defense, legacies of frontier wars. 1977 to 88, 10% annual increase in state financial subsidies for 5 autonomous regions and the multi-ethnic provinces of Guizhou, Yunnan, and Qinghai. Since 1992, Developmental Fund for Ethnic Regions for improvement of basic services, skills, technologies, traditional crafts, and industries. Since 1995, subsidy measures in the transition period, regionally based subsidies, at higher rate and amount for ethnic regions. Policy-based subsidies for ethnic regions and subject to continuous increase in accordance with state revenue growth. Since 2000, local retention of taxes, 80% of value-added taxes. Source: Su and Jin, Zhang W., 27-8. Table 7.2 Minority education/employment and modernization drive. Since the late 1970s period, policy types. Since 1977, preferential college admissions, expanded minority enrollment. Since 1979, policy benefits for education of minorities in mixed communities. Since 1984, preferential hiring of ethnic members in state sectors. Since 1992, policy benefits for professional and technical schools in ethnic regions. Since 1997, policy benefits for education of female children in poor ethnic households. 1995. 2010, assistance for public schools in poor ethnic regions. Source: Su and Jin. Table 7.3 Anti-poverty and modernization drive for ethnic regions. since the early 1980s period type of anti-poverty funds since 1982 developmental funds for underdeveloped regions since 1983 anti-poverty loans since 1985 waiver of tuition and other school costs for children of poor households since 1987 anti-poverty loans with subsidized interests for pastoral areas since 1989 capital allocation at higher rate and amount for poor ethnic regions since 1989 low interest loans, low taxes, and subsidies for ethnic businesses in poor ethnic regions since 1989 extended periods for loan repayment in ethnic regions since 1989 basic living standards projects in ethnic regions since 1990 funds for basic living standards in poor ethnic regions since 1991 local retention of fiscal surplus by poor ethnic counties, funds for transportation development in poor ethnic regions 1994 to 2001 the 8th 7-year plan to fight poverty. With focus on ethnic regions 2001 to 10 action plan for enriching frontier regions and peoples since 2005 program of development for small minority groups source, Su and Jin, Zhang W. Figure 7.1. Share of state subsidy in the total revenues of autonomous regions source, SBT, SBG, SBIM, SBN, SBX, MOF.1 Table 7.4 Partner Assistance and Development of Western Regions, since the late 1990s recipients providers types and usages Tibet 17 provinces and cities, and 17 state enterprises donation of 0.2 to 0.6% of the annual revenues of a partner province or city to aid programs, 0.6% for Shanghai and Shenzhen, 0.5% for Zhejiang matching funds and tax benefits from the central government. Provision of capital, management, personnel, and execution for developmental projects creation of jobs, housing, and schools improvement of education, sciences Xinjiang 19 provinces and cities Inner Mongolia Beijing Qinghai Shandong, Hubei, Liaoning, Wuhan, Shenyang Ningxia Shanghai, Fujian Gansu Tianjin Guangxi Jiangsu, Guangdong Yunnan Shanghai Guizhou Hebei, Guangdong, Dalian, Qingdao, Shenzhen, Ningbo Sichuan Zhejiang Shaanxi Jiangsu Source, Su and Jin, Gao and Mu. Table 7.5 Development Initiatives for Western Regions, since the late 1990s period initiatives since 1999 Western Development Strategy, state financing and development of transport infrastructure, ecological protection, support for foreign investment, promotion of education, and retention of talent. Since 2017, the 13th Five-Year Plan for Frontier Development and Enrichment, state financing and development of infrastructure in transportation, energy, communication, urbanization, anti-poverty, housing improvement, social welfare, education, healthcare, entrepreneurship, public and social services, local industries, cross-border trade, and frontier defense, totaling 34 projects. Source, State Council of the PRC. Although the above policies apply to all minority regions, the TAR and Xinjiang have received more state attention than the rest. As shown in Figure 7.1, the TAR has received the highest share of state subsidies in recent decades, averaging over 90% from 1990 to 2016. Xinjiang's share averaged over 65% from 2000 to 2016 and it netted the highest amount of state subsidies after 2013. Despite the state's strenuous efforts, these are the only two ethnic regions where socio-economic disparities fueled ethnic riots. The reasons help to illustrate the excesses of the state's role on the one hand and the faults of market forces on the other. In affirmative action. Economy. Visitors to the TAR will be impressed by the modern streets and infrastructure that make the previously sparse plateau look like another Chinese city. In rural areas, roads, electric grids, and spacious houses look better than those in many rural areas of interior provinces. These achievements are all the more striking because it is so difficult to build those projects on high plateaus. Meanwhile, local cadre busily sign up villagers and herdsmen for medical benefits and basic living allowances. Behind such prosperous signs, however, is the TAR's nearly total dependency on state subsidies and aid programs, making it an unusual case even among the heavily subsidized autonomous regions. The THAR case illustrates the most dramatic dynamics of centralization and ethnicization in China's system of ethnic governance. Centralization here involves the state promotion of developmentalism, sustained by heavy state outlays and other preferential policies, or ethnicization. Because of state outlays, the THAR has been spared the brunt of economic liberalization that engulfs the rest of the country in the reform era. Two of the three principal sectors of the socialist economy have been preserved in the THAR, the government/public service sector and the state industrial sector. These two sectors have induced Tibet's chronic fiscal dependency on the central state. It is a phenomenon known in the Chinese discourse as blood transfusion without the capacity for blood self-generation. Previously it would take a dissident like Wang Lixian to assert that state aid to the THAR has created a culture of dependency and that such dependency is unsustainable. Now a professor at the Central Party School, Jin Wei, advances similar arguments, depicting an aid dependency in the THAR's case. The state's own data give a compelling account of a dependent economy. Its history is even longer than that shown in Figure 7.1. In the first 5 decades of the CCP's rule, from 1952 to 2013, state subsidies accounted for 91.45% of Tibet's total revenues and defraying 92.36% of its fiscal expenditure, while the local state covered just 8.37% of its own expenses, the lowest rate in the country. For the same period, state subsidies increased at an average of 16.02% annually, higher than the average annual growth rate of 14.49% for Tibet's local fiscal revenues. In fact, for 33 years out of those 5 decades, state subsidies covered over 100% of the THAR's expenditure. In addition, state investment has accounted for the bulk of investment in fixed assets in the region. State share was 59.87% in 2005, far exceeding the average of 4.49% for all Chinese provinces and the average of 9.32% for Western provinces excluding the THAR. Nationwide, the provincial average for non-state investment in 2005 included domestic loans at 17.25%, foreign investment at 4.21%, and self-financing at 58.26%, compared with 2.91%, 0.16%, and 18.26% respectively for the THAR, the lowest in the country. By 2013, state investment still amounted to 56.59%, compared with an average of 4.53% for the country. In yet more forms of special policy benefits, the THAR has received myriad developmental and aid projects since 1984, it has been relieved of rural and pastoral taxes since 1984, 2 decades before the rest of the country, its college graduates were provided with full employment till 2007, the longest among autonomous regions and almost 2 decades longer than regular provinces. Yet the THAR has not graduated to a self-sustaining economy. Why? Arguments about urban bias or ethnic marginalization may explain the poverty for some Tibetan groups, but they do not explain the THAR's high dependency overall. Nor do arguments about assimilationist drives explain this dependency. For purposes of assimilation, the state should have strong incentives to improve economic efficiency. The dynamics of centralization and ethnicization, meanwhile, offer a more plausible explanation, as it underscores a symbiotic relationship between the state's economic models and its preferential policies. Integration and dependency. Integration has been the paramount reason for the state to apply its version of development to the THAR. The purpose has been to close developmental gaps so that the THAR would not be susceptible to separatist forces. The phrase sovereignty anxiety aptly denotes the source of state motives. In the Mao era as in the post-Mao era, integration has to be achieved at all costs, or whatever preferential policies it would take. Politics trumps economics. During the Mao era, class universalism justified transplanting the socialist system to Tibet. It was the collectivization movement of 1956 in CAM areas that triggered fear among Tibetan elites, leading to the Lhasa Rebellion of 1959. With the flight of traditional elites in 1959, socialism was now to be established and to bring equality to the poor Tibetan masses. The party's Provisional Work Committee expanded into a full local government in Lhasa, mirroring interior regions. The planned economy was fully implemented after Tibet formally became an autonomous region in 1965. Communes were set up in most rural areas and central planning in urban areas. Procurement quotas for agricultural products were issued to pastoral regions, leading to the cultivation of pasture land and the destruction of the ecology on which herdsmen depended. Industrial plants were set up but consistently generated deficits, except for the 1959-61 period when a chemical factory was opened to supply sodium borate to the Soviet Union. The planned economy never generated revenues to support the new public sectors in the TAR, including government, industry, construction, education, culture, and healthcare, which became sources of chronic fiscal dependency on the central state. In other words, political and economic integration necessitated state subsidies from the beginning. These subsidies would not have been necessary if Tibet's traditional system were left alone. With the end of the socialist era, a different kind of transplantation to the TAR has intensified: developmentalism. Aside from continued subsidies to the local state and economy, the central state launched partner assistance projects. Started in 1984, these projects expanded significantly after the CCP's Third Work Conference on the TAR in 1994. The reason was a heightened sovereignty anxiety, thanks to the rise of identity politics at home and the ascendancy of the Dalai Lama on the global scene since the late 1980s. Thereafter it has become a political priority to develop the TAR regardless of economic costs. Successive central leaders have pledged unconditional fiscal support, providing Tibetan officials with whatever they requested, to the point of admonishing other autonomous regions to not emulate this. Therein lies the linkage between the imperative of integration and exceptional preferential policies for the TAR. This linkage can also be seen from domestic defenders of fiscal infusion to the TAR, who are usually officials and specialists based in the TAR or China's western regions. They adamantly view it as a state responsibility to bring development to the TAR, as the path to national integration and improved human rights. Sun Yang, former head of the Tibet Academy of Social Sciences, denies that Beijing has a sovereignty anxiety issue, since Western countries are concerned about Tibetans' human rights, not sovereignty. Wang Daiwan, researcher at the same academy, defends state outlays for building Tibet's integration with the rest of the country. Pan Juyan, a scholar at the Southwest Minzu University, defends those outlays as the responsibility of China's more endowed provinces. In their analysis, extraordinary fiscal allocation is simply a reflection of the TAR's low level of development, and a normal function of the central state to raise this level. If anything, Tibet's high dependency signifies its developmental gap and requires more state assistance to achieve integration. Importantly, Chinese officials and analysts, Tibetan Chinese included, view economic development as the best way to improve human rights, so convergence with interior regions is not a violation of Tibetan human rights, but on the contrary, a positive contribution. This line of defense, however, fails to explain why decades of fiscal assistance have failed to develop the TAR, leaving it in a perennially high state of dependency. Either economic transplantation and state assistance, or both, have been at fault. That is, integration does not necessarily mean a dependent economy, and state assistance may create disincentives for weaning off dependency. However, financial incentives have served to reinforce state subsidies, since those who depend them are most likely to defend them. At most, some analysts may point out the state's arrogant benevolence that views minority regions as backward and in need of help from advanced regions. This dichotomy, a SEAC researcher writes, is at the root of state transplantation and betrays a social Darwinism. A Han scholar also calls out the state's normative bias, namely, to equate local divergence from Han regions with backwardness. These are remarkably critical voices in the Chinese context. However, they criticize the state's faulty strategies without questioning its right to do so, nor do they question Tibet's entitlement to special treatment. The primacy of state rights, in fact, is at the heart of the problem. For the corollary of state primacy is a lack of local autonomy. This has prevented alternative paths of local development, such as indigenous and non-industrial paths. Beginning with the TAR's transition to socialism in 1965, indigenous merchants, 206 at the time, were labeled capitalists to be transformed. Handicraft industries were labeled old conventions to be discarded. Skilled craftsmen were turned into farmers. By a partial calculation, the annual output of local handcrafts industries decreased from 8.92 million yen in 1965 to less than 3 million yen in 1996. Granted, handicraftsmen and merchants comprised a tiny fraction of the old Tibetan society and did not make much difference in Tibet's overall economy. But local specialty products and trade would have represented viable alternatives to industrialization for indigenous growth paths. By contrast, industrial plants promoted by the state have been the leading source of the TAR's fiscal deficits. State subsidies to sustain them accounted for 40.43% of the TAR's total revenues from 1963 to 2005. Moreover, for every unit of increase in those plants' output value, state subsidies nearly tripled. Thus, rather than contributing to the TAR's development, state industries have become its major liabilities. Industrial development and dependency. Why have such liabilities been sustained for so long? The dynamics of centralization and ethnicization have been at work. In the Mao era as in the post-Mao era, the central leadership has sponsored Tibet's development with an industrial focus, equating modernization with industrialization and the only way out of poverty. This is evident in an array of leadership statements and central documents. The same pronouncements also reveal an earnest desire to bring material progress to these regions. For minority regions, the industrial focus in development often leads to a neglect of resource endowments and ethnic heritages that entail diverse paths of development. The CCP emphasizes local ethnic characteristics not to justify a retreat from industrial development but rather greater efforts to push it so that backward regions can catch up with more advanced ones. Thus, not only were all of the TAR's industries built from scratch by the state, but their share in the local economy has remained the highest in the country, 100% in the 1950s, 90% in the 1960s, 75% in the 1970s, 63.31% in 1993, 59.75% in 2000, 50% in 2004, and 21.94% in 2013. This compared with a rate of just 1.84% and 1.94% for China as a whole in 2004 and 2013 respectively. Moreover, state industries contributed to just 0.17% of tax revenues in the TAR, well below the national average of 6.24%. Many factors account for why the TAR remains poorly endowed for industrial development. These include a lack of raw materials and fuel, high costs of transportation, and a limited local pool of skills and consumers. Oblivious to these factors, a whole assortment of industries was built in the 1960s, despite chronic deficits. Even the most useful industries, power plants, have generated scarce revenues due to high costs to produce each unit of electricity, a small consumer base, and free or subsidized access for local consumers. Not surprisingly, many plants have operated at a loss or simply closed to save costs. As a Tibetan analyst puts it, mines have been built but there is no coal to be mined or the coal may be unsuited for use, chemical plants churn out substandard products that no one wants, machinery factories have no buyers for their products, and sugar factories have no raw materials to work with. Such plants were kept going because of state subsidies. In the reform era, state subsidies have disincentivized such firms to close down or improve. Despite the demise of central planning elsewhere, subsidies have persisted in Tibet, sustaining capital inflow to unproductive state firms. These firms also receive support from local bureaus of finance, which supervise local state banks. Loans to unproductive state firms have been the leading source of non-performing loans for those banks. As of 2004, state firms represented 62.67% of the total asset value of all firms in the TAR, the highest in the country. By contrast, state firms accounted for just 1.84% of all firms across China in 2004, representing 44.1% of the total asset value of all firms nationwide. By 2013, SOs had decreased to 21.94% of all firms in the TAR, but this was still above the national average of 1.94%. Moreover, state firms contributed just 0.17% of the TAR's tax revenues, much lower than the national average of 6.24% in 2013. In the same year, 73.4% of the investment in fixed assets went to state firms in the TAR, 3 times the national average of 25.61%, 57% of that investment came from state funding, compared with the national average of 5%. Despite a higher than national average rate in economic growth between 2001 and 2013, 12.36% versus 10.03%, much of it came from investment in fixed assets from state funding and partner assistance. In fact, this type of investment exceeded the total volume of the TAR's gross domestic product in the decades from 1959 to 2013. In other words, unproductive state firms have persisted well into the reform era, unlike in the rest of the country, thanks to state funding. The emergence of local companies in recent years has led to greater confidence in the state's industrial strategy. They point to the emergence of 12 publicly listed local companies as evidence the TAR has finally acquired the ability for self-development. However, a closer look tells a different story, as none of the new companies are in the business of industrial production. Many of them utilize local natural resources, tourism, herbal medicine, mineral water, mineral extraction, and beer, while the rest are in real estate development and motorcycle sales. Aid projects and dependency. The state's development aid programs for the TAR have intensified since 1984, and with each CCP work conference on the TAR since then. They have added significantly to the dynamics of centralization and ethnicization, as more state aid begets more dependency. The reasons are similar to the growing criticisms of Western aid to Africa, for fostering dependency and corruption without requiring positive changes. State aid programs for the TAR consist of 2 major types. The first may be called partial aid programs, involving developmental and investment projects allocated by the central government. These usually come after each of the CCP's work conferences on Tibet or are included in the state's 5-year economic plans. These investments added up to 678 large projects between 1984 and 2011, totaling 6,070.85 billion yen. The central state does not consider them to be aid programs, since it makes similar allocations for all provinces. However, the TAR alone is exempted from contributing matching funds to those projects, hence they may be considered as partial aid programs from the central state. The second type of state aid programs falls under partner assistance, involving developmental projects donated by central agencies, interior provinces, or cities and large state firms. Mandated by the central government, 7,516 projects were donated to the TAR between 1984 and 2013, totaling 26 billion yen. Unlike the central projects, which are implemented by local states, partner assistance projects are funded and executed by partner agencies, which bring in resources and personnel on site to work on a 1 to 3 year rotation. A breakdown of aid projects in the TAR shows that they are developmentally oriented and not intentionally designed to create dependency. Between 1984 to 2000, central projects comprised 33.21% for the energy sector, 21.84% for the rural sector, 17% for urban development, 9.24% for social development, and 6.03% for industries. For the period of 1984 to 2005, partner projects consisted of 55.35% for transportation, 19.43% for rural areas, nearly 15% for energy and for social development, 9.99% for postal services and telecommunication, 6.5% for local government, and less than 3% for state industries. Together, the infrastructural and energy sectors received most assistance, which should provide physical foundations for economic development and improved efficiency. Importantly, infrastructural projects provided by partner assistance take a major financial burden off the TAR's local government, as interior provinces have to finance their infrastructural projects mostly on their own. In reality, not all aid projects in the TAR play developmental roles. Many may be white elephant ventures that require more outside assistance to be sustainable. The problem was legendary in the TAR's case in the earlier days. Plants were erected but the equipment was too advanced for local skill levels, or there were no raw materials or market prospects for their products. Public squares, roads, or convention centers were constructed, with scanty usage but huge maintenance costs, becoming what Wang Lixian calls political showcases. A majority of polled professionals who had worked on partner projects in the TAR were not optimistic about their impact on the local economy. In fact, all of the partner projects that Jinwei has studied have required additional funding for maintenance and operation, as they are not productive enough to survive on their own. The more state and partner assistance, thus, begets more dependency. Driven by political imperatives, aid projects can be misconceived from the beginning. For projects allocated by the central state, influencing peddling by local states is important. The TAR is no exception to the general pattern of Bobukinjian that characterizes the funding dynamics between the central and provincial states, except that the TAR is guaranteed more hearing and success because it is the economically most needy or the politically most sensitive. This special status often leads to distorted incentives and wasteful expenditures. There is a use it or lose it mindset on the part of local officials, hence they do not bother with careful feasibility studies or public input. Details from partner assistance projects offer insights on the decision process. In the TAR's case, project proposals originate from local state agencies. These agencies, instead of addressing local conditions and needs, usually want to emulate the economic patterns and living standards of the donor provinces. Their proposals then move to central agencies for review and approval, where there is even less knowledge about local needs. Once approved, local states go to partner provinces for financing and execution. The entire decision-making process is devoid of participation from local communities. In addition, a lack of coordination among different partner organizations, which may be subordinate to different central or provincial agencies, can result in redundant or wasteful projects. By contrast, projects funded by foreign foundations and donors, though often minuscule compared with colossal state and partner projects, tend to solicit grassroots participation and address local concerns more productively. For partner or donor provinces, central imposition is an important reason for implausible projects. Partners invariably take up their role as political and financial burdens. They are mandated to build projects, hand over keys, and spend a scheduled amount of funding in a given period, but without rights in the usage and operation of the projects. Thus, partner teams may be more interested in finishing projects than in their long-term viability. As donors, moreover, they are accountable to themselves, and temporary stays on project sites further dampen a sense of accountability. Sichuan province managed to back out as a participant by arguing that it had Tibetan regions under its own jurisdiction. Even for rich provinces, project staff can be turned off by a lack of say in the use of the projects they have built or the people to be hired. Without vested incentives, partner projects remain sustainable largely through central dictates. Instead of poverty by design, as Fisher has argued, poverty by protection more accurately characterizes the dynamics of partner assistance and dependency. Because partner assistance comes without hard constraints or accountability, and is free and continuous, local officials are motivated to wait for, rely on, and request aid from the state and partner provinces. The result, even if not the intention, is more aid, more poverty. In other words, perverted incentives have nurtured a culture of dependency, popularly known as an anemia complex. That is, the more transfusion to the TAR, the worse its anemia. This means that aid projects are unable to provide localities with the ability to self-generate blood, that is to be productive on their own. These terms are commonly used in Chinese discussions about state subsidies and partner projects to the TAR and Xinjiang. As the most assisted province, the TAR offers ample examples. Some poorest counties here chronically depend on state assistance, yet they may spend generously on local officials' entertainment needs, at least before Xi Jinping's anti-corruption campaign. Unconditional aid has fostered a habit of expecting, relying on and asking for outside assistance among local officials, farmers, and pastoralists. That is, rural and pastoral people are being dragged to the state's modernization drive, hence their tendency to passively wait for outside aid. Given these problems, there has been an increasing emphasis on overcoming the passive role of aid recipients. In rural villages of the TAR, big posters can be seen on public display with the slogan, "Fight Poverty with Dignity," which implicitly urges villagers to avoid aid dependency. Geographic and resource limitations compel Tibetan officials and intellectual elites to be pragmatists, placing more value on policy benefits than autonomy. Thus they support continued state assistance. One rationale is that dependency is a trade-off or even necessary condition for economic integration and progress. Another is that problems associated with state subsidies and partner projects are not unique to the TAR. 3 But the trade-off is not only reduced autonomy but reduced ability to withstand the onslaught of market forces from the rest of the country. Market expansion and ethnic conflict. While two of the three principal sectors of the socialist economy have been preserved in the TAR, economic liberalization was launched in the third sector, the rural and pastoral. Rural communes were disbanded in 1984 and replaced by individual household production. In urban areas, a non-state sector emerged, mainly in retail and catering businesses. This economic liberalization may be still conceived of as a centralizing move, being a part of the state's new developmentalism. Market expansion has not favored all Tibetans, for ecological, technical, and ascriptive reasons. Economic liberalization, above all, compounded demographic and ecological strains that already distress the TAR. The demise of communes created a large number of unprotected and excess labor. This is an important point because the sector was where most Tibetans were based and remain so. Although the emerging non-state sector opened up new opportunities, pastoral labor was ill-prepared for urban jobs and life. While communes absorbed the excess labor, now households and individuals were on their own. In the TAR, as in other minority regions, a number of factors, higher birth rates, lower marriage age, and improved health care, had allowed minority populations to grow at faster rates than the Han population. In the 3 decades since family planning was implemented for Han families, from 1982 to 2010, the Han population grew by 21.43% while the minority population grew by 57.28% and the Tibetan population by 40.75%. Preferential policy has exempted rural and pastoral households from family planning, but the demise of communes ended the guarantee of a place for everyone in the local economy. Table 7.6 Population growth of ethnic groups. 1982 to 2000 ethnic group total growth rate compared to Han ethnic group total growth rate compared to Han Gilao 969.63 14.07 13.0 Durong 60.28 2.66 2.5 x Monba 682.72 12.11 11.2 Awenki 57.26 2.55 2.4 Russian 430 45.109.779.0 x blank 57.142.542.4 Hejan 211.626.526.0 Tajik 54.242.442.3 Jiang 197.696.255.8 Sala 51.162.322.1 Tajia 183.005.955.5 to Yahan 51.102.322.1 Manan 180.845.95.5 Lahu 49.122.242.1 Lhoba 178.14 5.855.4 Dang 45.852.122.0 Jasehan 170.365.685.3 Yi 42.331.981.8 Manchu 148.145.184.8 Jingpo 42.131.971.8 Malau 129.484.724.4 X Kyrgyz 41.841.96 1.8 Zib 125.644.624.3 Shui 41.841.961.8 Dong 107.544.143.8 Uyghur 40.851.921.8 Orokan 99.763.923.6 Tibetan 40.751.921.8 Shi 90.773.653.4 Li 40.661.9 911.8 Yao 86.793.533.3 Dor 40.661.911.8 Dongxiang 83.813.443.2 Buyai 40.211.91.8 Bonan 83.043.423.27 Groups 130 to 91.71.6 Miao 78.053.263.04 Groups 220 to 91.5 1.4 Jino 74.713.152.9 Tatar 18.630.950.9 Jin 71.783.052.82 Groups 31 to 90.30.3 Mongol 70.433.012.8 Nationwide 23.781.191.1 Akang 66.082.862.6 Han 21.431.081.0 By 64.112.792.6 Minority 57.282.552.4 Source, SBS and SEAC. 1. These include the Hui, Hani, Kazakh, Dai, Lisu, WA, and Pumi groups. 2. These include the Zhuang, Naka, Uyghur, and another group. 3. These include the Koreans and another group, whose low rates of growth are due to exodus and/or intermarriages. Tibet and other ethnic regions, despite their vast geographic expanse and low population density, are not better endowed with arable and habitable land in per capita terms than Han regions. Covering vast territories in northwestern and western China, they consist mostly of rangeland and/or deserts. Arid land, mountainous terrains, and scarce precipitation characterize the topography of 4 of the 5 autonomous regions, Inner Mongolia, Ningxia, Tibet, and Xinjiang, but especially the final 2 outer peripheral regions. Arable land in the TAR, the province with the lowest population density, is close to the national average of 1.4 mu per capita. Oases make up just 4.2% of Xinjiang's terrain. Even Yunnan, a multi-ethnic province known for its pleasant climate, is mostly made up of mountains. With high birth rates, arable and grazing land has declined proportionally. This is particularly a problem for frontier regions like the TAR where urbanization rates are low and ethnic members are concentrated in rural and pastoral areas. Constrained by geography, climate, and water resources, it is difficult to rely on arable or grazing land to support the increasing population or to raise per capita income. Ecological degradation, such as soil erosion and shrinkage, salinization of lakes, desertification, and deforestation, has worsened the problem. Chinese population experts attribute the principal culprit to overgrazing. The Tibetan countryside, which depends mostly on pasture land, best illustrates the problem of demographic pressure on the land. The THAR enjoys the most favorable tax and aid policies. Farming and pastoral products are entirely at the disposal of rural households, since no rural taxes have been levied since 1984. Urban sectors are heavily subsidized by the central government. For the rural population, there are no extraneous burdens other than contributions to monasteries. Central subsidies and partner assistance, furthermore, help to defray living costs for rural residents by providing inexpensive or free healthcare, education, electricity, drinking water, and irrigation water. Still, pastoral and agricultural production has not kept up with the THAR's growing population. While the local population tripled from nearly a million in 1964 to 3 million in the 2010 census, animal husbandry increased just 50%, pasture land was overgrazed by about 40%, leading to soil erosion, desertification, damage to the ecological balance, extinction of species, and the spread of pests. For these reasons, per capita herding by Tibetan herdsmen is now lower than the period before the 1950s. Demographic pressure on the agrarian sector is no better. According to Melvin Goldstein's study of 4 Tibetan villages in 2000, based on 2 age groups of married females, the average of children per woman was 6.9 and 7.1 respectively. Moreover, because of high birth rates, per capita arable land decreased 19.9% during 1981 to 96, which was the leading cause of poverty among the villagers. State efforts to halt ecological degradation, through programs such as Retire Farming, Restore Forestry, and Retire Livestock, Restore Pastures, have further reduced arable and pasture land. Market expansion has added to the local demographic pressure by drawing migration from inland provinces. Unlike in the Mao era, migration is self-initiated in the Reform era, driven by economic forces since the 1990s. Inland migrants to Tibet are mostly low-skilled farmers from the nearby Sichuan province, while local migrants usually come from rural or pastoral areas within the THAR. According to official data, the Han population in the THAR decreased after Hu Yaobang's Han exit policy but picked up since the Western Development Drive of 2000. Before the Han exit policy, the Tibetan share in the THAR's local population was 92.7% in 1980. This share increased to an average of 96.3% from 1994 to 2001. Since the Western Development Drive, the Tibetan share decreased to an average of 95.4% from 2002 to 2007 and 90.48% in 2011, when the Han people accounted for 8.17% of the local population. Han migrants are concentrated in urban businesses or traveling hubs along highways, while Hui migrants are concentrated in the yak slaughtering business and the trading of Tibetan local produce. The Lhasa riot of March 14, 2008 made the THAR the only region other than Xinjiang to have witnessed violent riots against migrants. In both cases, violence during the riot was perpetrated by local ethnic migrants. As such, the question of why migration fuels conflict is an inflammatory one. Beyond the rhetoric of population swamping and settler colonization, a more realistic assessment is the urban concentration of migrants, which skews economic opportunities in their favor. As Andrew Fisher notes, the population swamping thesis has a basis that is partially valid, but only with respect to the Tibetan urban areas where Han and Muslim migrants mostly congregate. The perception of population swamping is essentially an urban-centric assessment of ethnic shares in the population, even though the Tibetan areas remain some of the most rural in China. As he argues further, differentials between ethnic groups, such as urbanization rates and education levels, are the critical factors generating social marginalization and fueling ethnic conflict, rather than baseline characteristics such as population shares or poverty levels. These patterns are corroborated by studies within China. The official data, nevertheless, can underestimate migrant presence in several ways, thus underpredicting the migrant issue as a politicizing factor. First, residential registration for Han migrants remains in their native places. Official census data include a category for regular residents, which is different from the category permanent residents. Census data for regular residents are drawn from home visits made by census workers rather than from residential registration. Census workers are supposed to count all residents in their assigned districts whenever they can, that is, if the migrant workers are home when census workers visit. However, many may not be home because they are usually in the TAR between May and October, but census visits are made at the end of the year in December. In one scenario, when a census worker went on vacation, thousands of residents under his jurisdiction were not counted. Another missed group is the People's Liberation Army soldiers, whose residential registration remains with their native provinces. This is the situation for People's Liberation Army soldiers across China, but their increasing size in the TAR and Xinjiang poses a serious problem for demographic balance in urban centers where patrol vehicles and squads may seem ubiquitous. Moreover, some of these soldiers stay as ex-servicemen officials after leaving the military. Ascriptive and technical advantages offer a good explanation for why inland migrants present real competition to local migrant groups. When Robert Barnett suggests that the Lhasa riot of 2008 involved a wider spectrum of society than the monastic basis of earlier protests, he is right in the sense that most of the rioters were migrants and vagrants from rural and pastoral Tibetan areas outside Lhasa. As the literature on economic modernization and politicized ethnicity suggests, when young men of one ethnic group from the countryside found themselves disadvantaged in the new labor markets on the ground of their ascriptive traits, they became receptive to political mobilization along ethnic lines. In a study of 6 ethnic cities in western regions, including in the TAR and Xinjiang, by Marong's multi-ethnic research team from Beijing University, the China Tibetology Center, and the Tibetan Academy of Social Sciences, local Tibetan migrants were found to face greater difficulties than Han and Hui migrants in landing jobs in Lhasa. 20.3% of the Tibetan respondents reported difficulties, compared with 4.5% of the Han and 8.2% of the Hui respondents. However, educational levels made a key difference, as a third of the Tibetan migrants surveyed in the study were illiterate, while half of the Han migrants had completed secondary schools. The Tibetan respondents were also unfamiliar with life and employment in urban settings, or skills suited to the urban job market. Han and Hui migrants have faced their own barriers, thanks to their cultural disadvantages. In my casual conversations on the streets of Lhasa and Shigatse in the summer of 2017, Han and Hui migrants complained about language barriers as much as did local ethnic migrants, more so the further away from urban areas. Ma and Tenzin report that Han and Hui migrants complained more about discrimination than did the Tibetan migrants in Lhasa. Illiteracy rates among the Hui migrants are on a par with Tibetan migrants, though this did not usually handicap them. Nevertheless, in the years leading up to the Lhasa riot of 2008, income differentials among the different migrant groups were real. In 2005 Han migrants earned 1.5 times more than Tibetan migrants on average, but in 2008 the differentials increased to 2.2 times for Han migrants and 2 times for Hui migrants. A number of cultural assets work in their favor. For Hui migrants it is their intra-ethnic business ties and business traditions, while for Sichuan migrants the popularity of Sichuan cuisine enables them to dominate in the catering business. Literacy, even if moderate among inland migrants, helps them to land construction jobs, as they are able to follow drawings and measurements. Work habits accrued from intensive agriculture also make a difference. Lobsang Dradu, a Tibetan scholar at Sichuan University, illustrates with a bridge project in a pastoral area of northern Tibet. Initially Tibetan workers were hired at the instruction of the county's party secretary. But the construction fell behind schedule and exceeded the original budget. The party secretary had to give permission to hire Han migrant workers after watching on site how the two groups handled their jobs. In Tibetan villages I visited in Ngawa, Gars, and Diking during the summers of 2014-16, villagers usually hired Han migrant workers to build their houses, citing better workmanship and timely completion. Regardless of the underlying causes, income differentials and underlying barriers to economic parity result in ethnicizing consequences. That is, they are conducive to ethnic finger-pointing and conflict. Particularly in the decade prior to the Lhasa riot of 2008, when the state provided few protections for local migrants and unemployed youths, local resentment had built up over Hans coming to our territory, competing for local jobs, earning more than us, and taking away money. Varying versions of this complaint, particularly in Lhasa, were found in Ma and Tenzin's study on the eve of the Lhasa riot. Such popular sentiments helped to incite rioters to target Han and Hui businesses as well as state agencies and state enterprises for destruction during the violent riot of March 2008 in Lhasa. True to the dynamics of centralization and ethnicization, the local state ethnicized policy remedies in the wake of the violent riot. It stepped up preferential policies, not so much to help low-skilled Tibetans compete in the market economy, but to provide a more comprehensive affirmative action economy. In rural and pastoral regions, new and existing subsidies added up to a dozen kinds for each household by early 2011. These include subsidies for new housing, staple crops, farm machinery, diesel oil, and even household electronics and home furniture, financial rewards for family planning, pensions, social security, and medical insurance, and free seed animals. There is also a subsidy to stop overgrazing, called the Retire Livestock and Restore Pasture Land Program, paid to pastoral households by the size of their pasture land. Based on my field observations, this size is often hard to measure on the sprawling plateau, and grazing continues even though households collect subsidies for not doing so. For the more destabilizing forces, an array of policy benefits helps to neutralize ethnic mobilization. Generous subsidies reduce incentives for rural and pastoral youths to do migrant work in cities, thus preempting urban unrest. Welfare and health care benefits for monastic members, provided since 2014, induce compliance. From 2011 till Chen Quanguo's departure as Tibet's party secretary, college graduates of Tibetan descent and TAR residency were guaranteed a job assignment in the state sector, and those willing to take job offers outside the state sector or the TAR were given financial incentives to do so. Together, these measures serve to placate the social forces most likely to hold protests. But they also create more aid dependency. Interestingly, it may be market forces that have done a more effective job of easing in migration to the TAR. Labor shortages in inland provinces have reduced incentives to seek opportunities on the high plateau. For those who stay, security concerns have led them to add local Tibetans to their staff. For migrants with school-age children, it is more important to return to their hometowns for a better education for their children. For the second generation of migrants who have grown up in the TAR, who are no longer impoverished as their migrant parents were, few are willing to make sacrifices like their parents and spend the rest of their lives on the plateau. In addition, reform of rural subsidies since 2015 has incentivized farmers in inland provinces to stay on their farms. Previously those subsidies were tied to land, so that many farmers would collect subsidies and still head out for migrant jobs. Reform of rural subsidies has now tied subsidies to cultivation, thus motivating farmers to grow crops on their land. 4 Economic forces, rather than aid dependency, have also done a better job of integrating Tibetan migrants and immigrants in Chengdu, the top destination of Tibetan outmigration. Many well-to-do Tibetans from Ngwa and Gars prefectures, and even the TAR, purchase houses in the capital city of Sichuan and its nearby counties, either to send their kids to better schools here or to enjoy their retirement in a city known for fertile plains and relaxing tea houses. Tibetans also come to Chengdu for better hospitals, jobs, and business opportunities, thriving in and out of Tibetan towns in a diverse metropolis that attracts a host of other minority groups from surrounding areas. A 2012 study shows that over 30,000 Tibetans have permanent resident status in Chengdu, another 150,000 to 200,000 live there as regular residents without formal registration, and yet another 1 million Tibetans from Greater Tibet move about the city each year. Tibetan immigrants who are regular residents of Chengdu make up about 5 to 6.675% of the total migrant population in the city and 67% of the minority migrant population in the city. These Tibetans, along with the Yi migrants from the Liangshan area of Sichuan, have become the most visible and routine presence of minority members in Chengdu. It remains to be seen whether state promotion, through subsidies, or the market, can genuinely integrate the THAR's economy with the rest of the country. That is, to build economic ties based on mutual interests and long-time viability, rather than one-sided dependency. Economic liberalization and ethnic conflict. Xinjiang's case. Xinjiang, which went through economic liberalization like the rest of the country, illustrates the dynamics of centralization and ethnicization in a different way. Centralization has been twofold in Xinjiang's case. The first component is economic liberalization, construed as centralization because Xinjiang did not have the option to resist this national policy or to determine the fate of local workers affected by it. The second component is the state's preservation of two pillars of Xinjiang's planned economy, the commanding heights and PCCs. These two components have had a significant impact on Han Uyghur employment patterns in the reform era, and consequentially on ethnic tensions. Ethnicization, on the other hand, refers to the mix of market victimization and preferential policies. Both energize identity politics. Xinjiang has experienced perhaps the worst consequences of economic liberalization because it is one of the two autonomous regions where cultural and linguistic endowments create formidable barriers to market competition, yet it does not enjoy the kind of state protection and geographical insulation that shields the THAR. Market expansion and Uyghur victimization. Economic liberalization, above all, transformed the socialist employment system and left Uyghurs disproportionately affected. Before the reform era, the employment system consisted of three tiers: the government and public service sectors, including local party and state agencies, cultural and educational institutions, and healthcare facilities, SOs, including large ones owned by the central state and small/medium-sized ones owned by the local state, and the rural sector, or agrarian and pastoral communes. Everybody was guaranteed a place in the planned economy, if at meager income levels, which mitigated inter-ethnic competition. Economic liberalization, however, ended the second and third tiers of the local employment system, that is communes and local state enterprises. These changes have had the most adverse impact on Uyghurs. In the top tier, economic liberalization has least affected ethnic balance in employment. During the Mao era, professional jobs existed only in state sectors, assigned through government plans. Minority members, after college education, were assigned jobs in local state agencies, state firms, ethnic public schools, and ethnically related fields such as academies of social sciences, cultural institutions, creative unions of writers and artists, translation and publishing houses, and the like. Much like the Central Asian republics during the Soviet era, the emergence of new middle classes was state-engineered and state-supported and can only be partially attributed to the process of modernization. In the 1970s, the government of Xinjiang mandated that at least 30 to 50% of the annual hires in public sectors be minority members, an impressive ratio given that most minorities had only enrolled in schools for the first time in the preceding 2 decades. In the early post-Mao era, preferential policies were strengthened, with a 60% quota mandated for minority members in state hiring, army recruitment, and college admissions, slightly above their demographical presence in the local population. Although this mandate has loosened for state firms, the quota system, based on local demographic ratios, has continued for hiring in state agencies and other public service sectors. Studies confirm that controlling all other factors, Uyghurs enjoy similar access as local Han residents to these state jobs or even better access due to preferential policies. In Tier 2, or SOs, economic liberalization disproportionately impacted those employed in local state enterprises. Large state enterprises owned by the central state, being strategic and more capital intensive, have continued under state ownership. Han settlers from the Mao era, concentrated in the energy sector and PCCs, thus escaped massive layoffs. However, smaller factories owned by the local state, being more labor-intensive and non-strategic, had a different fate. Minority workers were concentrated in such firms. During the socialist era, preferential policies were in place in local SOs for hiring minority members. For example, they comprised 53% of all factory hiring in 1976, 48% in 1977, and 27.2% in 1978. However, since partial reforms began in 1979, SOs openly recruited employees in the job market. Although preferential policy was still maintained, minority hiring decreased. In that first year of reform in 1979, 25% of new factory hires were minority members across Xinjiang, with a 34.7% in the Uyghur-concentrated south. By the late 1990s, pressure to meet the conditions for China's World Trade Organization entry led to the demise of local SOs. During Zhu Rongji's second term as China's premier, from 1997 to 2002, all local SOs nationwide, except for the TAR, were ordered to restructure ownership and management. Often, ownership was assumed by former factory managers, their relatives, or private buyers. Workers were laid off after receiving some nominal shares or compensation. In Xinjiang's case, minority workers were affected disproportionately due to their less skilled positions. In the first year of SO restructuring in 1997, they comprised 25.6% of downsized workers in 1998, 5% more than the ratio of minority workers employed in local SOs. Many of the downsized were well before their retirement age and not well educated. Almost half were under 35 years old and slightly over half were between 35 and 46 years old, while nearly half were female and just under a third had high school diplomas or associate degrees and above. Few of them, especially the female minority workers, were able to re-enter the industrial workforce. What became of the defunct local SOs, moreover, had further ethnicizing effects. Based on field observations and conversations, downsized Han workers, especially female workers, did not fare better than their Uyghur counterpart in re-entering the workforce. However, downsized Uyghurs had more reasons to be resentful because of what and who replaced them. Old factories were often sold off to business people from interior provinces, but new owners were oblivious to local sensitivities and eager to reap profits. They quickly snatched factory sales, turning them into shopping centers and filling them up with vendors from interior provinces. Even if they continued to operate the factories, they replaced old employees with migrant workers from interior provinces and left the displaced local workers unattended. As a Uyghur writer complains on UighurBiz.com, the new market-driven firms, with their preference for Mandarin speakers in hiring, became a key source of Uyghur fury. This is especially so among Uyghur youths. New factory owners prefer migrant workers over minority workers as well as local Han Chinese workers, who are seen as more laid back than migrant workers from inland provinces. As new types of firms emerge dominant, all are inclined to hire Mandarin and bilingual speakers, thus limiting opportunities for Uyghur speakers. First, the commanding heights, or large state firms and strategic industries, are headquartered in interior cities and are nationally oriented. Their local branches follow the operating language and protocols of their parent companies based in interior China. Next are the new firms based on partnerships between local firms and outside investors, the latter often from coastal provinces. Out of operational expediency they use Mandarin, the language of their technical managers, manuals, and equipment. Third, the informal sector is dominated by small businesses owned by inland migrants and local residents, especially downsized workers of both Han and minority backgrounds. Migrant business owners, citing different work habits, religious practices, and language barriers, have few qualms about not hiring local ethnic workers. As small business, they usually find hiring local staff not worth the additional hassles. 5. In the new mixed economy, Large SOs have more autonomy in their hiring practices, contributing to another disadvantage for local minorities. Although SOs are still required to maintain preferential policies, the state no longer has the kind of administrative power for enforcement. State firms have leeway to give more heed to market considerations than politicized factors such as ethnic status or party membership. This has put at a disadvantage ethnic members whose native language is not Mandarin or whose academic preparation and technical skills are not strong. Even if initially hired, ethnicity alone no longer offers job protection. While large SOs still maintain preferential minority hiring, all businesses are at liberty to hire from around the country. The decline of the household registration system, paradoxically, has decreased hiring discrimination on the basis of residential status, but increased hiring discrimination based on market dynamics. After the Urumqi riot of 2009, the state has made elaborate efforts to place more minority college students in large state firms. This is visible on the counters of state banks, telecommunication stores, and other state companies in urban centers of southern Xinjiang. But such hirings do little to change the scenes of idle young males gathered on urban streets or in electronic game rooms, who usually come from the countryside. In rural areas, economic liberalization may have brought more turmoil than opportunities, especially for the surplus labor and the youth. The demise of communes ended a basic safety net for everyone. Land apportioned to rural households has increased incentives to improve production, but high birth rates also put pressure on arable land and irrigation water. Oases make up just 4.2% of Xinjiang's expansive terrain, while arid land and scarce precipitation characterize much of its topography. Leasing farmland to migrant farmers brings in incomes, but also loss of potentially greater incomes. Farmers' markets provide opportunities to sell produce and increase income, but also competition from migrant farmers. Many Uyghur farmers have fruit and nut trees on their land, but a lack of access to distant markets hinders earning good incomes from them. Some adventurous youths bring local produce to interior provinces to peddle, but logistic costs prevent them from becoming competitive sellers nationwide. The PCCs, by contrast, are equipped to do this nationally and even globally. Cultural and language barriers also limit the options of rural Uyghur youths to be migrant workers across China, unlike rural youths elsewhere in the country. 6 For the less educated and the downsized, in short, the two job avenues where state protection exists is closed off for them. That is, the government/public service sectors and large SOs. What is left for them are two avenues with the least state protection and most market competition: private enterprises and self-employment. These two sectors not only had low entry barriers but also the only opportunities available to them. Of 10 laid-off workers I conversed with in southern Xinjiang, all were reemployed through those two avenues. 72 of them, a Han couple, opened a small diner. One female of mixed parentage rented a booth in a bazaar making inexpensive clothes. One female Uyghur sold traditional scarves and hats in such a booth. The remaining 6 workers, all female, including one of mixed parentage, 2 Hans and 4 Uyghurs, watched stores for other people on a regular or irregular basis. They made a few hundred yuan a month, not much worse than before, but now they had to pay into their social security and medical insurance, which used to be free from their factories. Laid-off workers who were not married to a state employee were eligible to stay in the factory housing and collect daibao, a minimum living allowance of 100 yen per person in the late 1990s. This system was mandated by the central state in 1997 to cover laid-off workers from SOs. Laid-off workers with several children, usually minority members, could collect a few hundred yuan a month, plus a minimal medical plan. This allowed them to get by without taking a job. Laid-off workers faced competition from migrants from inland provinces if they wanted to re-enter the workforce. Some who were self-employed made more money at the beginning, but soon lost to migrant businesses. Self-employers who vended clothing and articles of daily use, for example, could not compete with vendors from Wenzhou who had better merchandise from Zhejiang province. In fact,
individuals from Wenzhou and Sichuan quickly became dominant as owners of private businesses in urban centers of southern Xinjiang, from hotels to gambling parlors and retail stores. 8 Despite a lack of local ties initially, they have outcompeted local residents, both Han and Uyghur. Local residents, both Uyghur and Han, refer to recent migrants as Kaoli Ren, a somewhat derogative term historically used by Uyghurs and Kazakhs for people from inside the Jade Gate Pass, or the pass that residents of interior China had to go through before entering Xinjiang. As Wu and Song study documents, where state intervention is weak, that is private sectors, income differentials between Han and Uyghur groups are significant, with Han migrants holding advantages over local Han residents. Downsized workers came to view things in ethnic terms over time. They initially blamed economic reform for their job loss. The better informed among them blamed Zhu Rongji, who as China's premier pushed for China's entry to the WTO and for the restructuring the SOEs. But as Han and Hui businesses grow increasingly dominant, Han, Uyghur cleavages assume more prominence in local public perceptions, regardless of the provincial origins of the new businesses. Market expansion and cultural clash. Economic liberalization has also caused cultural clashes, thus ethnicizing winners and losers in the new market economy. Much as the state's industrial focus in the TAR, economic liberalization ignored critical local conditions in Xinjiang. That is, local communities whose ascriptive endowments, or gaps in resources and skills, place them at disadvantages in market competition. Although preferential policies exist in college admissions and state hiring, these are not able to address ethnic disadvantages in private and informal sectors. On the contrary, they give the perception that public policies already favor local minorities, thus shifting blame to group traits and heightening identity politics. Market competition, above all, pits the religious worldview of Uyghur commoners against the secular materialism of the state and Han communities. Zhang Yang, a liberal autonomist, describes state developmentalism as extremist secularism, a misfortune from the sky fallen on minorities in their home turf, forcing involuntary natives into the state's modernization drive. Even Uyghur scholars who support this drive view it as modernization by outside engines, a necessary but compelled process. 9 Pro-modernization Uyghurs are known locally as the 14th minority group, meaning they are distinct enough to be a minority group by itself. Officially there are 13 minority groups in Xinjiang. The 14th minority, a derisive term, suggests that this group is a small and distinct one, with whom the larger Uyghur community may not identify. Needless to say, most Han Chinese easily forget that it has taken them over 100 years to fully accept modernization, with many reform movements and revolutions in between. Peripheral regions such as the TAR and Xinjiang, by contrast, have been swept along rather than being given time to adapt to modernization. If egalitarianism made secular modernism tolerable during the Mao era, market competition made religiosity a defensive mechanism against it in the reform era. Given this overall divide, other aspects of cultural clash are unsurprising. A key source of Uyghur culture, as Carluck and Macmillan suggest, lies in religious traditions, because religious manners and customs have seeped into Uyghur culture for over 1,000 years, it is difficult to separate religious sentiment from secular pragmatics. Thus religious customs are dearly held as integral to Uyghur culture and not compromisable. However, Han managers and co-workers tend to view those customs through a secular lens, that is in terms of their impact on employee turnout and schedules. Even educated Han employees in professional sectors would subtly grumble about local customs and attitudes, for example, frequent religious observations and kinship celebrations, which put extra burdens on non-observing colleagues, a mistrust of new technologies, which holds back Uyghur farmers, and reluctance to let go traditional practices, which hinders material progress. Such cultural differences mattered little during the socialist era, when the quality of performance made little difference in pay or job retention. But inter-ethnic dynamics have changed in the competitive market. As much as they would like to cling to religion, Uyghurs can find themselves bothered by the material success of migrant workers on their home turf.
Fueling another cultural clash, market competition juxtaposes the take-hardship culture of inland migrants against the laid-back culture of local communities. Carluck and Macmillan describe the latter as a take-things-as-they-come attitude, which tends to leave the Uyghur people satisfied with their status quo and hold back their sense of go-aheadism. The second generation of Hans, born to settlers from the Mao era, has acculturated into the easygoing attitude to some extent. This element of local culture irks owners of private firms from interior provinces. Despite tax incentives to hire rural Uyghurs, particularly in rural areas, they cite high turnover rates, low skills, and high costs of training as the top reasons why they are reluctant to hire local minorities. Cultural traits they frown on include a lack of discipline, punctuality, contractual compliance, sense of efficiency, long-time planning, easy contentment with the status quo, disinclination to improve, and a preference for spiritual life over material life. Uyghur officials attribute these tendencies to our people's preference for unconstrained life and flexible ways of making a living. The Xinjiang-born Han scholar, Yao Ziniang, views those traits as ecologically nurtured and sensible, better suited for Xinjiang's sustainable development than its overdevelopment in recent decades. Interestingly, private businesses find it reliable to hire middle-aged, married, or divorced Uyghur females, who make a stable workforce. This shows that the so-called cultural traits are not intrinsic or immutable. In rural Xinjiang, market competition has pitted migrant farmers against local Uyghur farmers, for cultural as well as policy reasons. Migrant farmers, mostly from poor rural areas of Sichuan and Henan, enjoy cultural advantages as successors to a prolonged agrarian civilization. Forced to strive on their own, they have usually fared well through agrarian skills and social networks rather than state assistance. Many make it by leasing land from Uyghur farmers and growing produce for local markets. They do not receive the range of state assistance enjoyed by their ethnic counterparts, such as free seeds, free fertilizers, tax exemptions, and free installation of greenhouses. The only production cost for Uyghur farmers is the water for irrigation, a precious resource in arid Xinjiang. Among other things, mistrust of modern methods holds back local farmers. In a Hotan village, one agrarian official told me stories of how he taught Uyghur villagers to shield crops from the desert sun with plastic coverings, but dubious villagers would take them off as soon as he left. Migrant farmers, meanwhile, need to pay all their production costs, in addition to 800 yen per mu in leasing fees to Uyghur landowners annually. Their skills and willingness to use modern technology have made them more resourceful than local farmers, who are left with a sense of relative deprivation. Based on my field observations in Aksu and Hotan in the early and mid-2010s, migrant farmers pose visible competition to ethnic farmers at local farmers' markets, in terms of the quantity, quality, and variety of their farm produce. A contrast with Tibetan regions shows a key difference made by local ecological culture. The high plateaus of Tibet deter immigration of Han farmers, who are unaccustomed to pastoralism at high altitudes. For the few who have delved into rural areas, their survival stories resemble those of migrant farmers in Xinjiang, that is, leasing land from local owners to grow commercial crops. However, a lack of religious stricture makes it easier for Han migrants to integrate or marry into Tibetan communities, in contrast to Muslim communities. Based on my field observations, the few Han farmers in Tibetan villages, at most 2 or 3 in a village close to interior provinces, have usually married into Tibetan households. Resentment at migrant farmers is rarely seen or felt in rural Tibetan areas. The problem of the so-called local culture does raise some legitimate issues. It puts into question the demands of the central state for economic convergence, as well as the Han people's expectations that ethnic communities make such progress. Market expansion and the migrant threat. Migration is another issue where market expansion helps to ethnicize native versus migrant cleavages. Although the scale of Han migration to Xinjiang is often the target of criticism, the nature of the migrant threat makes the migration issue more combustible in Xinjiang than in Tibet. Above all, inland migrants pose wide-ranging competition to native Uyghurs in the reform era, in contrast to limited competition in the Tibetan case. In the Tibetan case, Han migrants are concentrated in urban businesses and coal mining, thus presenting little competition to the core of the Tibetan economy in pastoral regions. Han migrants are also physically unfit for long-term settlement on the high plateau and usually stay on a temporary basis. By contrast, Xinjiang's terrain poses no such prohibition. Even in rural areas, Han migrants buy or rent farmland and grow commercial crops, resulting in reduced farmland for local Uyghurs. Water is a major cause of friction between the two groups, as it is a scarce resource in arid Xinjiang. In urban areas, cultural advantages lead to a competitive edge for Han and Hui migrants, including hometown networks, an early learning curve in the market economy, and Mandarin proficiency. The successes of Wenzhou businesspeople and Sichuan farmers are frequently heard, to the resentment of native Uyghurs as well as longtime Han residents. Finally, unlike the Tibetan case, two Han-dominated sectors, PCCs and state petroleum companies, have a formidable presence in Xinjiang's economy. The result is a shrinking of survival space for Uyghurs since the 1990s, resulting in intense frustration. Second, demographic balance is a more volatile issue in Xinjiang than in the TAR, as Uyghurs' numerical advantage is more precarious. As of 2014, Uyghurs made up 48.53% of Xinjiang population, while Han and 11 other minorities made up a small majority overall. By contrast, Tibetans have held a solid majority at over 90% in the Mao and the post-Mao eras. Ethnic spokesmen such as the Dalai Lama and Ilham Tohti famously worry about long-term demographic shifts in favor of the Han, citing trends from the 1950s and blaming these in part for the ethnic riots in recent years. Han residents, by contrast, tend to see the size of the rural Uyghur household as the underlying cause of poverty and unemployment. Typical are the arguments made in an online article that appeared days after the Urumqi riot of 2009, about the population economics behind the riot. It argues that preferential policies in family planning have led to higher births among minority families, while those for school admissions have led to lower incentives for minority youths to acquire hard skills for the market, resulting in higher youth unemployment among Uyghurs. Unemployed youths, in turn, are easily mobilized for antisocial riots. With the dwindling of older Han immigrants and the temporary stay of new migrants, the article worries about Xinjiang's long-time stability. In rebuttal, critics point out the concentration of Uyghurs in rural Xinjiang, hence their lower rates of employment, but supporters of the article blame high birth rates in part for the poverty of the rural South. 10 Official data confirm the gap in urbanization rates for Han and local minorities. In Xinjiang, the Uyghur population remains the majority in the south, where they have been traditionally and rurally concentrated. They account for 81.73% of the local population, with the Han population at 18.27%. In rural counties, the Uyghur population is often over 95%. In more developed northern Xinjiang, the Han people constitute 62.66% of the population, with minorities at 37.34%. A more fundamental question remains, what role does state policy play in migration patterns? Why has random and temporary migration of the reform era led to serious ethnic tensions, far more than the large-scale migration of the Mao era based in the production core? Inter-ethnic competition patterns provide the key answer to this question. Xinjiang received the most varied types of immigrants during the Mao era, from involuntary settlers who came as members of PCCs, to professionals assigned by the state, to economic refugees who came voluntarily. By contrast, other minority regions usually received involuntary settlers, and Tibetan regions received just one type, professionals assigned by the state. In Xinjiang's case, the various groups of settlers show a complex picture of pull and push factors for Han immigration before the post-Mao era. Most importantly, immigration in the Mao era did not pose competition to local communities in a way that migrants have in the reform era. First, members of PCCs were concentrated in northern Xinjiang, shielded from direct encounters with the hub of Uyghur settlements in southern Xinjiang. PCCs did present some resource competition to surrounding local communities, as their massive water use drained local wells and the shipment of their grain and cotton products to interior regions gave the impression of resource flight. The functions of PCCs, officially glorified as frontier defense, evoked a mistrust of local ethnic populations. In addition, official exaltation of PCC's successes created perceptions of prosperous fortifications in the midst of ethnic homeland. This image of prosperity was not true, as Todi concedes, but it was nevertheless ethnically divisive. However, the state did not emphasize PCC's role in opposing the three forces during the Mao era. An overemphasis on this role in recent years has increased Uyghur antipathy toward PCCs. The second group of immigrants to Xinjiang during the Mao era consisted of professionals assigned to help develop modern sectors. Working alongside native professionals, the small size of this group did not overwhelm the natives linguistically or culturally. The planned economy, with its suppression of competitive mechanisms, helped to obscure differences in credentials and skills, while the official discourse of class universalism helped to de-ethnicize collegial and communal relationships. Their children grew up together in the same housing compounds provided by their workplaces, speaking one another's languages. Across Xinjiang and other minority regions, older natives and settlers remain nostalgic about their warm relations in the socialist era. This is particularly the case in Xinjiang, where inter-ethnic relationships have turned distinctly tense. Uyghur intellectuals complain about today's ethnic relations marked by discriminatory attitudes and behaviors, a sentiment readily observed and heard locally. They lament that the post-Mao generations of locally born Hans, as well as newcomers, do not bother to learn ethnic tongues or respect local cultures, a problem worsened by the commercial housing market in the reform era. A third group of immigrants during the Mao era came to Xinjiang voluntarily as economic refugees, as it offered loosely controlled household registration and less political turmoil. Several 100,000 came to escape famine after the Great Leap Forward in the late 1950s, and an untold number of others came for economic and personal opportunities during the Cultural Revolution period. They built a new life by marrying demobilized soldiers and other settlers, using guanxi to secure legal residence in PCCs or in rural areas, or simply doing odd jobs or cultivating wasteland. Ethnic natives were structurally protected in the planned economy during the Mao era, either in rural communes or urban state sectors. The refugee migrants, by contrast, lived on the margins of the new society rather than marginalizing members of local communities. A fourth group of settlers had already been an entrenched part of local society. They were officials, merchants, farmers, and exiles left from the Qing and Republican eras. When Mao's soldiers and officers arrived and stayed on during the late 1940s and early 1950s, they found marriage partners among their descendants and their ethnic employees. Did the Mao-era immigration pave the way for voluntary immigration in the post-Mao era? This is a question about whether post-Mao migration is merely a function of market forces or a part of the long-term dynamics of national integration sponsored by the state. In James Seymour's argument, PCCs paralleled British colonial stations, providing a degree of physical and psychological safety for settlers in an otherwise ungenial environment, and something to come to in terms of basic amenities. While this may have been the case in the Mao era, it is no longer so in the post-Mao era. With so many settlers and their offspring already entrenched in local life, new migrants' entry and safety are provided through individual rather than organizational channels. Based on my field observations and conversations, rural migrants from inland provinces have come to join their relatives or hometowners already settled or working in Xinjiang. While the original seed settler may have come through formal channels during the Mao era, such as PCCs or state assignments, new migrants come to stay temporarily with a relative or fellow villager until they find a job. Most importantly, it is the relaxation of household registration in the post-Mao era that has enabled voluntary migration to Xinjiang.
During the late 1970s and early 1980s, the possibility of securing household registration in Xinjiang's countryside was a significant factor for voluntary immigration. After central planning ended in the early 1990s, household registration was no longer a hurdle for business people and migrant workers wanting to move, at least for temporary stays and jobs. Two-way migration. Although the state no longer sponsors migration to ethnic regions, state policy can induce pull or push factors for migration. Ironically, heavy developmental programs for key minority regions stimulate economic opportunities that attract voluntary migrants, while a dearth of such opportunities for other minority regions pushes out migration. In other words, the state's policy preferences to develop sensitive minority regions can end up creating the migration problem that undermines the state's own goal of stability and integration. At the same time, cultural disadvantages create formidable barriers for Uyghur migrants in particular, constraining their out-migration and reinforcing perceptions and realities of one-way migration. Economic opportunities, created by large outlays of state investment, contribute to important pull factors for in-migration. That is, opportunities for migrants to work on developmental projects or to serve project needs. Based on available data for 1995 to 2000, the autonomous regions with the highest in-migration rates were Xinjiang, Ningxia, Yunnan, and the TAR. Except for Yunnan, the other three provinces happened to receive the most state investment in per capita terms during that period. Critics of Beijing may suspect that such investment was designed to draw Han immigrants. However, analyses of demographic trends in the TAR, from 1991 to 2005, suggest that central developmental policies corresponded with significant increases as well as decreases in the size of Han residents. That is, investment projects only induced temporary immigration. My conversations with migrant workers in southern Xinjiang confirmed this. Many said that they planned to work from project to project where jobs were available or where hometown networks led them. 11 Yunnan is an exception because it attracts in-migration for a different reason. With its pleasant ecology and booming tourism, the province attracts Han and Hui immigrants to operate lodging and catering businesses there. There is resentment over some land purchases and land developments by outsiders, but a minimum of physical, linguistic, and cultural distinctions has mitigated escalation into ethnic conflict. Table 7.7. Provinces with the highest migration rates, 1995. 2000. Province. Regions within province. Migration rates. Province. Regions within province. Migration rates. Sichuan. Chengdu 5.84. Shaanxi. Xi'an 5.42. Other localities 6.36. Other localities 2.21. Chongqing. Central City 1.88. Ningxia. Yinchuan 8.35. Other localities 6.80. Shizuishan 2.30. Other localities 1.86. Guangxi. Nanning 8.85. Yunnan. Kunming 9.85. Liuzhou 6.28. Other localities 0.45. Other localities 5.05. Guizhou. Guiyang 6.83. Tibet. Lhasa 7.37. Other localities 3.78. Other localities 0.20. Gansu. Lanzhou 6.21. Xinjiang. Urumqi 18.01. Other localities 2.98. Karamai 5.01. Shihe 17.73. Other localities 3.50. Qinghai. Xining 0.39. Western regions 18 cities 6.20. Galmud 6.69. Other localities 3.52. Other localities 3.05. Inner Mongolia. Hahat 6.88. Net total for all provinces 1.90. Baoda 4.54. Other localities 2.26. Source: State Council of the PRC. The immigrants to Xinjiang and the TAR come mostly from rural areas of interior provinces where economic opportunities lag behind. Sichuan, Gansu, and Henan top the list. Many toil as temporary laborers on construction projects or in retail and catering services, at considerable cost to their family and personal well-being. China's healthcare reform provides all citizens with medical insurance at low premiums, but coverage is available through hospitals in the province of their permanent household registration. This means migrant workers have to go back to their native hometowns if they suffer serious illness. For them, sacrificing healthcare and time with their family, especially children, is among the many trade-offs they face in their itinerant struggles to make a better living. Many migrants I encountered in southern Xinjiang, usually on construction sites and at farmers' market, said they were there because it's easier to make money or the plains here are easier to grow crops than the hills back home. At the other end, a key push factor for outmigration of minority members is a lack of economic opportunities at home. This can be seen from the migration patterns of ethnic and multi-ethnic provinces. As it happens, all of the officially designated 12 Western regions are ethnic or multi-ethnic. They include the 5 autonomous provinces, 3 multi-ethnic provinces, and 3 provinces with ethnic prefectures or counties. 4 of the 12 regions have had net in-migration during the reform era: Xinjiang, Ningxia, Yunnan, and Tibet. The other 8 have net out-migration, of which the top 4 provinces, Sichuan, Chongqing, Guangxi, and Guizhou, are also ranked the highest in out-migration in the entire country. Those provinces with the highest rates of out-migration, significantly, correlate with low levels of state investment. They are also multi-ethnic provinces without threats of ethnic unrest or separatism. Of the top 5 provinces with the highest out-migration rates, Guizhou, Guangxi, Gansu, Sichuan, and Chongqing also had the lowest level of state investment in per capita terms at the time of the 2000 census. The first 3 provinces have large ethnic populations, while Sichuan is the home to the largest group of Tibetans outside the TAR, the largest Yi minority group in the country, and the only Qiang concentrated community in the country. Chongqing has 4 autonomous counties for the Tujia and Miao. Despite having sizable poor ethnic communities within them, those 5 provinces did not and do not receive the kind of state investment accorded to politically sensitive Xinjiang and Tibet. In fact, the Tujia, Dong, and Zhuang groups have higher out-migration rates than the Han Chinese in the reform era. Due to such out-migration, the ratio of minority members has been declining in western regions but correspondingly increasing in eastern and central China. Needless to say, minority members who outmigrate usually come from groups that face few language and cultural barriers in interior provinces. They have flowed, not surprisingly, to the most developed provinces and metropolises. From 2000 and 2010, Zhejiang province experienced the most growth in minority migrants, followed by Shanghai and Guangdong. Provinces and cities with increases of 20 to 50% include Jiangsu, Beijing, Fujian, Tianjin, and Jiangxi, while a number of localities with low state investment and/or poor economies saw negative growths in minority population: Anhui, Liaoning, Chongqing, Henan, Hubei, Guizhou, Shaanxi, Jilin, and Heilongjiang. Like other migrant workers in China, minority migrants have helped to improve economic conditions back home by sending their earnings home. Barriers for Uyghur migrants. Uyghur migrants, however, have not benefited as much from the two-way migration in the reform era. They have faced unique difficulties in the marketplace, both ascriptive and structural. Besides Tibetans, they are the only group who can be hampered by language barriers in interior China. But Tibetans mostly migrate to Chengdu, where they have sizable co-ethnic communities to mingle with and rely on locally. Many Tibetans, moreover, are fluent in the Sichuan dialect. Uyghur migrants, on the other hand, do not have those cultural assets. Their migrant experience shows once again that the market economy victimizes minority groups who are not endowed with competitive ascriptive or technical assets.
If Uyghur migrants are at the bottom of the job market in Xinjiang, their plight has been worse outside it. Migration experience, which in theory should strengthen their identification with the rest of the country, can ethnicize them by reinforcing their alienation. State policy initially facilitated economic opportunities that attracted Uyghur outmigration. In the early 1980s, Beijing's municipal government welcomed Uyghur kebab stands to the capital city. In 1982, a deputy mayor of Beijing went to Urumqi to invite 18 Uyghur families who specialized in mutton kebabs to open businesses in Beijing. News of their successes in Beijing inspired hundreds of other Uyghurs to follow suit. In 1986, Beijing city government ordained that each district of the city should have 30 kebab stands, or 30 kebab family business. Kebab success expanded into larger businesses, from Uyghur cuisine and local produce to Uyghur artwork and entertainment. In the 1980s and 1990s, the relative ease with which business permits could be obtained facilitated such expansion. A few Xinjiang villages became attractions for inexpensive ethnic foods in the nation's capital. 12 Uyghur population grew from several hundred in the early 1980s to several thousand around 2010. Uyghur migrants spread to other major cities in interior provinces from the mid-1980s and to smaller cities in the 1990s, as more of them chased the paths of earlier migrants. The exact scale of Uyghur outmigration is difficult to know, since many do not register their temporary residence with local governments. As with Han migrants to Xinjiang, most Uyghur migrants come from poor rural areas, especially southern Xinjiang, driven by surplus labor and a lack of economic opportunities at home. 13 With the growth of Uyghur migrants across interior provinces in the 1990s, the problem of language and cultural barriers became more apparent and serious. Due to a lack of language, skills, and other resources, most Uyghur migrants have had difficulty landing jobs beyond limited Uyghur circles. In their struggle to make a living, it is not uncommon for a few to break law, as Uyghur scholars would concede. The spread of a negative reputation and worsening relations with local Han residents compound the strangers' status they already face. Language and legal barriers added more injury. Local police in interior provinces could not communicate with apprehended Uyghur offenders, and because of the dual legal standards ordinance, did not know what to do with them. So they usually released them, thus encouraging more offenses and local resentment at Uyghur migrants as a group. In recent years, interior cities with a sizable number of Uyghur migrants are assigned Uyghur police officers from Xinjiang. This helps to overcome language and cultural barriers in communication, reduce offenses, and enhance effectiveness in law enforcement. 14 A negative reputation of Uyghur migrants, since the 1990s, obscures the institutional barriers faced by migrant workers in general and Uyghur migrants in particular. For China's migrants in general, the system of household registration is a major hurdle to making a living in another province or even city within one's home province, such that it may be the leading reason for crime committed by migrants. The lack of local household registration deprives one of local access to job training programs, welfare and healthcare benefits, and public schools for one's children. This leaves new migrants with little recourse if they cannot find a job right away or have no local ties. Uyghur migrants face greater hurdles on both fronts. Aside from language barriers and gaps in skills, some local state agencies may try to avoid incidents in their districts by making it difficult for them to stay, such as requiring extra procedures or paperwork for local landlords to accept Uyghur tenants or for Uyghur migrants to apply for temporary residential status and business permits. The central state has policy guidelines asking hotels in inland provinces not to deny service to minority members from Xinjiang, because only an extremely small group of people are separatists, religious extremists, and terrorists. But there are no enforcement mechanisms or specific legal protections for minority migrants. Institutional exclusion, as a Uyghur scholar puts it, makes it hard for Uyghur migrants to secure jobs or housing outside Uyghur migrant communities. Uyghur migrants also face various forms of social exclusion due to cultural barriers and outright discrimination. Confined to Uyghur migrant communities, they are practically left to self-contained ghettos on the margins of a stranger's society, without a sense of belonging, local friendship, or economic and psychological security. While other migrants can rely on their hometown networks to find jobs in mainstream society, hometown networks for Uyghur migrants remain self-contained within their own migrant communities. The language barrier may be most responsible for this social exclusion, as the highest percentage of surveyed Uyghur migrants cite it as the most important obstacle to bridging with local residents. It may explain why Hui migrants, who practice Islam but use Mandarin as their native tongue, do not face similar barriers to social inclusion. The spread of Uyghur violence to interior cities, needless to say, has worsened the social exclusion of Uyghur migrants. One account from a young Uyghur villager, whom I encountered at a fruit stand in Luopu County of Hotan Prefecture in November 2013, is illustrative. Just days earlier, he was a migrant in Beijing peddling Xinjiang produce. After a Uyghur man ran an SUV into pedestrians on Tiananmen Square on October 28, 2013, he was asked to leave his rented room. No motel would take him in. Police did not allow him to sleep on the street. "I am a citizen of China," he asked bitterly. He had to return to his home village and sell fruit near the highway. In another encounter in front of a mosque in a nearby county during the same field trip, a hostile imam in his 30s told me that he had tried to do business in an interior city but returned to Xinjiang embittered. Their experiences were certainly not isolated cases among Uyghur migrants or visitors to interior provinces. Discrimination of Uyghurs stands out even among those ethnic groups who suffer from frequent discrimination. Yi and Tibetan migrants suffer from some negative reputation in Chengdu, for petty crime and car theft. But they are treated as rural folks from the outskirts, rather than strangers from a troubled province, which is how Uyghurs are often made to feel in interior provinces. However, as with Tibetan migrants to Chengdu, economic forces appear to do a better job of integrating Uyghur migrants. The city of Suzhou, site of China's largest jade carving trade, has attracted several thousand Uyghurs to sell raw jade. They bring the precious stone from Hotan, the main source of nephrite jade in China. When they first came in the 1990s, a Uyghur trader could make as much as 6 figures a day in Chinese currency. For the more entrepreneurial among them, such earnings have helped to open doors to formalistic inclusion in the city. They purchase homes, which allow their children to go to public schools. A few of them lease trading floors in the jade markets and rent individual stands to Uyghur sellers on a daily basis, or buy buildings and turn them into hostels for Uyghur migrants to rent on a daily basis. Such hostels provide optimal arrangements for these migrants, since it is difficult for them to rent housing from local residents. The successful Uyghur businessmen in Suzhou also help new arrivals in matters involving the local government. These range from applications for temporary residential status and business permits to dispute settlement and debt collection. They acquire Mandarin proficiency or use translation apps on smartphones. The local carving industry seeks their collaboration while the local government has a welcoming attitude toward their presence. The less well-planned among the Uyghur traders may have squandered their good earnings and failed to buy homes in the city, and are thus unable to send their children to local public schools. The sight of these children wandering the jade market is a painful reminder of a lack of state policy coordination, for in Xinjiang local schools and teachers would do anything to get all children into the classroom. Yet in Suzhou these Uyghur parents are eager to send their children to local public schools but are unable to do so because they do not own local housing. The same policy applies to Han migrants, but they usually reserve savings to send their children to non-public schools, which require tuition payments and are less reputable than public schools. The jade trade has waned since Xi Jinping came to power in 2012, as his anti-corruption campaign has reduced demand for jade products. Because they are extremely expensive, jade products are often purchased for gift-giving, or bribe-giving before the corruption campaign. Still, even the less successful among the Uyghur traders continue to have a stable life in the city, due to their possession of precious stones and the hostels run by fellow Uyghurs. Most of all,
a lack of negative reputation preempts a vigilant attitude among local residents toward the Uyghur migrants. Local residents usually mention wealthy and driving good cars when asked about Uyghur traders in the city. It also helps that a Uyghur police officer is stationed in the security office on the trading floor of the major jade market in Suzhou. 15 Two-way migration, overall, remains particularly asymmetrical in the case of Xinjiang. The resources of Uyghur migrants in the marketplace are no match for those of Han migrants in or outside Xinjiang. The disadvantages and discrimination they face may foster more alienation than integration, serving as a politicizing symbol of their plight nationwide. In this context, it is unsurprising that it was an incident involving Uyghur workers in an interior province, the Shaoguan incident in which 2 Uyghur workers were killed, that triggered the Urumqi riot of 2009. Partner assistance as remedy. After the Urumqi riot of 2009, partner assistance has become the state's principal means to elevate Xinjiang's economy and Uyghurs' well-being. As in Tibet, the state relies on top-down developmentalism as the strategy to address the socio-economic roots of ethnic grievances, with little attention to local initiatives or models of development. First launched in 1997, the initial program focused on improving the quality of government services and public sectors. Between 1997 and 2010, several hundred professionals from 14 provinces/cities came on a rotating basis, including administrators, economic managers, technical experts, educators, and medical doctors. In the wake of the 2009 riot, an all-out offensive was launched at its first work conference on partner assistance to Xinjiang, in March 2010. 19 provinces and cities now participated, plus a number of central agencies and large SOs. The new initiative focused on improving living conditions and creating jobs. On first look, partner programs and their results are impressive. Before and after 2010, the most resourceful partners, such as Beijing, Zhejiang, Shanghai, Guangdong, and Shenzhen, have been assigned to Uyghur-concentrated southern Xinjiang. Kazakh and Han concentrated areas in northern Xinjiang, by contrast, are assigned partners from middle-income provinces. Based on Xinjiang's official data, between 2010 and 2016, 7,015 partner projects were implemented, at 72.4 billion yen in partner funding. Another 7,260 projects from outside investors were brought in by partners, with 1.138188 trillion yen already funded. These two types of projects contributed to 23.9% of Xinjiang's total fixed assets, which stood at 4.957756 trillion yen in 2017. 74% of partner funding went to improving local welfare and livelihood, totaling 4,296 projects. 80% of partner funding was spent on rural and pastoral areas. 1.45 million housing units were built or renovated for rural residents and over 88,400 were built for herdsmen settlements, covering over 600 farmers and herdsmen. For the same period, or 2010 to 2016, partner assistance was credited for Xinjiang's impressive economic growth. Its total GDP grew from 541.881 billion yen in 2010 to over 955 billion yen in 2016, at an annual growth rate of 9.9%, higher than the national average. Its GDP per capita grew from 25,034 yen in 2010 to 40,427 yen in 2006, a 40% increase. Its fiscal budget more than doubled from 50.058 billion yen to 129.895 billion yen. The disposable income for urban and rural residents grew respectively from $13,644 to $28,463 and from $4,643 to $10,183, or more than doubled, a growth rate among the highest in the country. The contribution of partner assistance, in the south and rural areas in particular, is spectacular in appearance. Infrastructural constructions,
public housing projects, modern schools, hospitals, disease control centers, health clinics, welfare agencies, utility grids, waste management systems, renovated villages, greenhouses, fruit orchards, anti-desertification and drinking water projects, indoor farmers markets and produce warehouses, forestry and fruit industries, and rural enterprises. Migrants from rural areas of Sichuan and Henan confirmed that they found Xinjiang's infrastructure and public amenities to be much better than those in their home villages, which made their temporary relocation there tolerable. 16 Nevertheless, a few problems have undermined the effectiveness of partner assistance in the early years of its massive launch in 2010. Foremost was a lack of local job creation. Job creation is of greater urgency in Xinjiang than in Tibet due to the much larger size of surplus rural labor and factory downsizing. However, because project personnel came on a rotation and budget, their priority was to finish the projects efficiently, including hiring experienced contractors and skilled migrant workers from interior provinces. 17 Although the state began to emphasize job creation after 2013, this did not pick up until 2016, after Chen Quanguo's arrival. Another problem is the so-called handover keys projects, or projects that may not be sustainable or practical in the long term. Modern facilities may be built and keys handed over to local governments, but the skills and resources required for running and maintaining them remain lacking. These facilities can range from hospitals and utilities infrastructure to vegetable cultivation projects in the arid south. Public housing is another example. Because a matching fund is required to buy a public housing unit, even if small by market values, it is still a major hurdle for poor rural and pastoral families. Utilities and maintenance costs are additional hurdles for these families. The eventual buyers may not be those whom partner assistance intended to assist. Another problem is the transplantation of developmental models from coastal regions. Partners such as Zhejiang, Guangdong, Shanghai, and Shenzhen have built economic zones or industrial parks, following the coastal model of attracting outside investors. But Xinjiang's inner Asian location is ill-suited to the export-oriented manufacturing model of coastal cities. Even if a few businesses opened here, they required skilled workers unavailable locally. 18 Yet another problem is a lack of coordination among multiple partner organizations and rotating project personnel. Partners from multiple provinces are often assigned to the same prefecture or county within it, but they design and work on their projects independently. Managerial and technical personnel work on a 1 to 3 year rotation, so that there is not always consistency or continuity among the project staff. The lack of coordination can lead to poor development of land use and the built environment, which includes natural and human resources, public services, and infrastructural networks. Together these problems can lead to local apathy toward partner assistance, even complaints such as toadies that partner projects have little to do with the Uyghur people. Top-down developmentalism is at the root of the above problems. Structurally this is reflected in the chain of command in partner assistance programs. The central state is extremely effective in giving marching orders to partner provinces. Between March 2010 and June 2019, the state held 7 work conferences on partner assistance to Xinjiang, showing its highest regard for this task. The conference proceedings became official decrees, to be followed by the designated provinces. The first 3 conferences focused on improvement of living conditions and anti-poverty, which quickly led to massive funding and construction of public housing and public service projects. The next 3 conferences shifted to job creation for local Uyghur communities. The 2019 conference places emphasis on dispatching talented personnel and developing enterprises for southern Xinjiang. In a notable new strategy, PCCs would play a greater role as flagship enterprises in this region, a sign of greater central penetration into the south. The overwhelming role of the state in all of this means that there is little room for local initiatives. One top-down campaign has been a million-job project in the textile and apparel industries since 2014. Policy incentives are offered for investors to come and manufacture for domestic markets and external markets in Eurasia. Partner assistance teams have actively sought investors from their home provinces and cities. By 2016 and 2017, they helped to establish hundreds of plants in industrial parks across the 4 prefectures in southern Xinjiang, hiring local ethnic workers. Since Chen Quanguo assumed power in Xinjiang in August 2016, the province intensified the drive to create jobs for Uyghurs. Free Mandarin training is provided to unemployed and rural Uyghurs. For Uyghur households below the official poverty line, at least one family member is guaranteed a job in one of the new factories on an industrial park. The top-down approach has yielded fast results. Important elements of these swift outcomes come from the top-down leadership structure of partner assistance, whereby partner teams play a dominant role. The imperative of immediate remedies, after the riot of 2009, dictated quick execution rather than elaborate deliberation among local agencies, let alone the local public. As recipients of assistance, local state agencies are in a subordinate position in the partner relationship. In principle, the Commission on Development and Reform at each administrative level in Xinjiang's bureaucratic hierarchy is responsible for coordinating with partner teams on projects. However, for effective execution and funding purposes, key members of the partner team are appointed to leading positions in a few key agencies in the recipient local government, for example the Party Committee, the Mayoral Office, the CDR, the Treasury Bureau, and the Urban Development Bureau. The types of appointment vary by location, from the top party post to a deputy executive post, but the outside officials are in a position to play a more important role in decision-making and execution of partner projects, since they bring in their managerial and technical teams. Such arrangements amplify the appearance of state transplantation. Although outside officials have technical competence, they have little familiarity or experience with local ethnic, religious, and social problems, thus giving little heed to these issues when designing and undertaking their projects. Local agencies familiar with these issues, such as the RAB, the Labor and Employment Bureau, the Education Bureau, and the Civilian Affairs Bureau, have no role to play in project planning and execution. The consequences are projects mismatched with realities, resentment of local officials marginalized in the process, and even perceptions of internal colonialism. At the same time, the appointment of outside officials to the local government can place extra pressure on these individuals, as the burden of developing the local economy falls on their shoulders. Backlash. Ironically, the massive infusion of funds and projects to the TAR and Xinjiang has had an ethnicizing effect on the lesser important ethnic groups. A common grievance is that peaceful minorities do not get rewarded. One popular saying sums up their sentiment: if Inner Mongolia makes trouble, no money will come; if Xinjiang makes trouble, money will come; and if Tibet makes no trouble, money will still come. If such a sentiment helps to reduce empathy for the recipient group, especially the legitimacy of their grievances, it may even provoke hostility toward the state for playing favoritism. Within Xinjiang, lesser ethnic groups see a reverse discrimination by the state in giving special treatment the titular group. Kazakhs, who are concentrated in pastoral areas in northern Xinjiang, complain about unfair distribution of partner funding and projects. Southern Xinjiang, where Uyghurs are concentrated, gets richer partner provinces and cities, and receives better funding and projects. Other small groups, such as Mongols and Sibs, also frown on the exceptional policy benefits enjoyed by the titular group. Longtime Han residents complain too, for they are numerically a small minority in southern Xinjiang and live in the same environment as their ethnic neighbors, but do not receive the special loans, tax relief, and subsidies granted to minority businesses and members. Another perception is a culture of dependency fostered by the state. The lesser groups are aware of various aid programs and their impact on the ground. For example, every state agency and public firm in Xinjiang is assigned to donate supplies to a designated number of poor households in southern Xinjiang on a periodic basis. Some households may use up a delivery before the next one and call in for a new donation, while others may sell the donated items and call for new deliveries. 19 In my interactions on Xinjiang's college campuses, Uyghur students from rural areas told similar stories. In one student's account, her uncle received poverty aid in the form of 4 goats, intended for him to raise and breed. He sold 3 of them for cash and killed the 4th for a feast. 20 For stability's sake, however, local state and aid agencies do not mind distributing more goats. The assignment of work in residence teams in recent years has entailed further donations from state agencies and firms. In rural villages in the south, a variety of assistance programs creates the impression that all is taken care of for rural Uyghur communities. A local joke goes that other than your wife, everything is provided for by the government. These perks can range from free building materials for villagers' new housing construction to free TV sets and antennas, and from free baby chickens for one to raise and sell to winter supplies. In Tibet, a lack of sizable minority groups prevents comparative references, but this does not stop Tibetans and minority groups outside Tibet from making them. Tibetans residing in areas outside the TAR, namely in the 4 surrounding provinces, complain about being second-class Tibetans, for they too live in underdeveloped areas but receive less state benefits than their ethnic brethren in the TAR. For example, for an official of the same rank, the monthly salary is a few thousand yuan more in the TAR. Some scholars actively push for the equalization of state benefits for other Tibetan regions, from public employee salaries to developmental programs. In Qinghai, where Hui Muslim warlords used to rule over local Tibetans, Hui members wryly joke about Tibetans, including those in Qinghai, being the Han people's favorite children while the Hus are the adopted children. Such sentiments have also extended to Xinjiang among minority groups outside the region. Typical are remarks by a Guangxi official. In 2010 Xinjiang received 100 billion yen in state subsidies and 200 billion yen in partner assistance from 19 provinces and cities, but we get little, even though we sacrificed our economic interests by accepting environmental regulations to ban local lumbering. How is this fair? Adds a Guangxi scholar, is it because we in Guangxi are more compliant so we get little state attention? There are experts studying Xinjiang and Tibet but not Guangxi, and there is a Xinjiang class and a Tibet class at the Central Party School, but nothing for Guangxi. Such sentiments, of course, are induced by the state's blurring of inner and outer peripheral groups as equal nations in principle, but differentiated treatment in reality. In minority regions where ethnic groups have few distinctions and coexisted historically, Han residents feel their treatment has been unfair. In Guangxi, Han villagers complain that while roads have been built for Zhuang villages, nothing has been done for Han villages for decades. Marong, who spent a decade in rural Inner Mongolia as a sent-down youth and later a frequent researcher of the region, recounts that the poorest villagers in Inner Mongolia are the Han farmers, since they do not receive state subsidies or tax relief like their ethnic neighbors to buy farm vehicles to grow their businesses. 21 Ironically, lesser state aid may have saved these autonomous regions from immigrant waves in the reform era, while also undercutting a coalition of inner and outer peripheral groups. Ultimately, assessment of the state's economic strategies in the 2 sensitive regions comes down to whether it can help overcome economic disparities and grievances or whether they will reinforce dependency. The latter would hamper the local economy's long-term viability and capacity for job creation and for deep, rather than sponsored, integration. Summary. This chapter has examined how the institutional tensions of the autonomous system, that is the paradox of centralization and ethnicization, have intensified in the post-Mao era. The driving force has been the state's developmentalism as strategies for both development and integration. The centralizing dynamics and ethnicizing dynamics have led to economic patterns and consequences not best suited to local development or ethnic advancement. By looking at these patterns and outcomes, I have shown how institutional dynamics help to fuel sources of ethnic strife in the TAR and Xinjiang. In economic strategy as in other areas of state policy for autonomous regions, Genuine autonomy is sacrificed for the cause of integration and substituted by ethnicization. In the TAR's case, subsidy and aid programs have amounted to nearly total state sponsorship of the local economy, inhibiting incentives and mechanisms to come up with locally viable economic models, despite dubious returns on state investment. In the end, state sponsorship has created dependent development, whose viability remains questionable. In the case of Xinjiang, economic liberalization proceeded without local control over the nature and phasing of this transformation, leaving minority members disproportionately affected while businesses from interior provinces disproportionately advantaged. The process thus ethnicized the outcome of economic reform. Partner assistance programs, designed and executed by provinces from outside, transfer a huge amount of resources without enhancing autonomy. In both cases examined in this chapter, two-way migration intensifies the effects of economic liberalization, especially inter-ethnic competition. This is all the more politicizing when in-migration to the TAR and Xinjiang is less affected by ascriptive features like language and cultural barriers, while ethnic migrants from these two regions are hindered by ascriptive features and technical skills in urban areas on their own home turf as well as outside it. The result has been to shrink economic opportunities for minority members where ascriptive features and technical skills matter, hamper their socio-economic progress, weaken their competitiveness against the free movement of labor and business, and ultimately pit minority and migrant groups against one another. These consequences serve to aggravate minority sentiments of discontent when things do not work out in the real world as government policies promise. Meanwhile, those who are not entitled to preferential policies find cause to blame socio-economic disparities on individual or group failures, further fueling ethnic tensions. Ultimately, these tensions not only impair the state's own immediate goals of economic convergence and development, but also its ultimate goal of national integration. One-page numbers for data from the MOF, too numerous to list here, are available upon request. 2. I thank Professor Yang Minghong for clarifying the distinctions. Electronic Correspondence, July 15, 2018. 3. See a summary in Yang Minghong, Zhang Fazangens Yanjiu Yu Guansha, Guanyu Di Kao Yuan Zhang Wenti Yanjiu de Su Shijianmen. Unpublished paper. 4. For details of the reform, see Nangyi Beauty Huo Xiang Zongliang Qingzi, Gens Tiao Zheng Hu Huoshao. Jingji Guanshabao, September 13, 2015. 5 Observations and Conversations at Several Bazaars in 2 Cities of Southern Xinjiang, Fall 2013. Conversations with 2 Migrant Business Owners in Southern Xinjiang, Summer 2015. 6 Trips to Hotan, Luopu, Moyu, and Yushan counties, with a former village official, an agrarian contractor, and 2 downsized workers, including home visits with 2 rural Uyghur families and 2 Han farmers' families, Fall 2013. 7 Fall 2013, Hotan Prefecture. The laid-off workers were from 2 local silk factories and a concrete factory. 8 Conversations with an official of a local state regulatory agency, Hotan Prefecture, Fall 2013 and July 2015. 9 Remarks by a Uyghur scholar during a conference talk at Xinjiang University, July 2011. 10 Comments left at Xinjiang Shijian Durangkao Yinsu. Tianyashakwu, November 11, 2012. http://bbs.tianya.cn/post173, 544059-1.html. 11 Conversations with at least 10 migrant workers in local markets and construction sites in Hotan, Aksu, and Kashgar, Summer 2011 and Fall 2013, and with 5 migrant workers from Hotan, Summer 2015. They were mostly from Sichuan and Henan. 12 In the early and mid-1980s, I attended graduate school in Beijing close to an emerging Xinjiang village in Beijing, Ganjiaka. 13 Based on casual questions posed to a dozen Uyghur migrants or returned migrants in Suzhou, Beijing, and Chongqing. A Uyghur scholar's research on Uyghur migrants in Beijing confirms this.
See Abdugini. 14. See an early example of this practice in Shipo, Xinjiang Jingcha Guanzi Xinjiang Jiziaotu, cited in Ma. Another impact of preferential policies has been the college majors for minority students and their segregated experiences in college. Because of under-preparation in math and science, a large proportion of them choose to major in their native language, history, or philosophy. This physically separates them from the disciplines where Han students are concentrated. Different learning and residential experiences can reinforce this separation. Minority freshmen would usually take remedial Chinese classes in the first year, academic classes in ethnic languages in the next 2 years, and classes in Chinese are encouraged in the final 2 years. The textbooks for academic classes in ethnic languages are locally compiled and less rigorous than the nationally uniform textbooks in the regular programs. Moreover, dormitories on Chinese campuses are usually assigned by their students' academic department and entering class, so that being separate from the academic disciplines where Han students are concentrated also entail separate dorms for ethnic students. Along with different exams and evaluation standards, minority and Han students may go through college in separate worlds. After a partial reform in 2002, minority students who pass their remedial Chinese class can take their math and science classes in regular programs in college. Still, many struggle in such classes and rarely use Chinese outside the classrooms. Han students, who often consider minority students to be poorly prepared, are reluctant to mingle with them. The problem of separate college experiences therefore persists. Yet another effect of preferential admissions may be responsible for a vicious circle in the educational system, especially before the Universal Teachers Certification exams were instituted in 2015. Because many minority graduates of higher education became teachers in lower grades at ethnic schools, they affect the quality of education in these grades. This is especially true of the teaching staff in the math and science subjects. The percentage of college-educated minority teachers tends to be higher than that of their Han counterparts in Xinjiang's middle and high schools, and they also compare well in China as a whole. Yet the admission scores of their students tell a different story. School authorities in Xinjiang concede that teachers with superficial degrees is a major problem in ethnic schools. Even in regular elementary schools of southern Xinjiang, ethnic teachers may write answers on the blackboard for their students during tests, so as to save themselves the embarrassment and penalty for a low-performing class. As a common practice in Xinjiang's public schools, teachers whose class scores the lowest average points among classes in the same grade may see a one-third deduction in their basic salary. Hence the pressure to cheat. 16 Preferential policies in college admissions have also led to various efforts to game the system, suggesting that those policies do adversely affect student incentives. In Xinjiang, some Han or Hui students have changed their ethnic status to Uyghur or Kazakh for the purpose of college admissions. Some students from interior provinces relocate to Xinjiang to benefit from the lower admission standards. These practices were serious enough to prompt Xinjiang's government to issue a special document in March 2003 in order to tighten the verification of college applicants' ethnic status and to punish students and bureaucrats involved in fraud. Still, fake minority members are not uncommon on Xinjiang's college campuses. The practice also occurs in multi-ethnic provinces where blurred boundaries make it relatively easy to register as minority members. Fierce pressure for all college applicants renders the scheme a worthwhile shortcut. In Chongqing, the head of the college admissions bureau in one county arranged to change his son's ethnic status from Han to Tujia in 2009 before the college application process. His son eventually scored high enough to qualify for the top college in China without the ethnic bonus points, but was disqualified after the fraud was exposed. In that year alone, a total of 31 officials in the city were disciplined for the same fraud. In fact, the size of the Tujia people has increased exponentially nationwide and especially in Chongqing in the reform era. From a previously unrecognized and indistinct group before the CCP's classification campaign, the Tujia is now the 6th largest minority group in China. This growth has elevated Chongqing's standing to 6th place nationwide in the share of minority population. Abuse in this regard lends further evidence for the distorting effects of preferential admission policies. For the real minority members of Xinjiang, the educational benefits of preferential policies have been paradoxical. While there is greater access to education, this does not mean good preparation for the state's own goal, integration into the new job market. Adverse effects on employment. State protection of minority students at the pre-college and college levels does not translate into their protection in the new market economy. On the contrary, minority college graduates in Xinjiang have faced a grave job market, due to expansion of higher education on the one hand and preferential admission policies on the other. Both developments, in turn, help to create new pools of job candidates with expectations and skills ill-suited to the new economy. This mismatch can be seen from myriad official data sources. Between 1998 and 2002, or the first 5 years after the enrollment expansion of 1997, unemployed graduates of all colleges in Xinjiang, from regular colleges to alternative programs, increased to nearly 100,000, while another 750,000 college students who had graduated since 2002 remained unemployed a decade later. In the very year when the system of job assignments ended in Xinjiang, namely 2003, these problems were manifest. According to employment data from Xinjiang's Bureau of Education in 2003, 80.07% of the college graduates and 58.83% of the two-year college graduates in the Mandarin-speaking group were able to find an employer, but the percentages were 38.16% and 26.34% respectively for ethnic language speakers. Surveys by local scholars confirm the hiring gap. Just 33.72% of surveyed minority college graduates in Xinjiang found employment in 2005. The big jump in four-year college enrollment, as seen in Table 8.5, prolonged the problem. After the Urumqi riot of 2009, local state drives to improve employment and integration, from expanding the civil service to increasing preschool and bilingual programs, have boosted job rates for minority college graduates. In 2010, 74.04% of minority college graduates in Xinjiang found jobs, and the rate exceeded 80% for the first time in 2012 and reached 81.14% in 2014. Still, the jobless rate of 18.86% for minority graduates doubled the rate of 9.24% for Han graduates in Xinjiang in 2014. Table 8.5 Minority enrollment in colleges and specialized schools, 2000 and 2013 type of school/year 4-year college 2-year college specialized secondary school vocational high school technical school. 2000 31,989 834,390 62,572 34,992 12,260 2013 116,256 956,057 86,810 53,971 26,261% increase. 263 14.6 38.7 54.2 114.2 Source, adapted from AMUC. Although all minority students complain about discrimination in the labor market in various surveys, aggregate data and field conversations suggest a complex picture of skill match or mismatch in the marketplace. The overall pattern that emerges in Xinjiang is that it is easier for students who go to regular high schools and take the college entrance exams in Mandarin to find jobs than the MKH group, and easier for the MKH group to find jobs than the MKM group. The MKM graduates mostly major in the humanities in their ethnic languages, where the job market is already saturated and new opportunities are few. Perceived gaps in the academic rigor and technical skills of each group thus make a key difference. Data from Aksu Prefecture's Employment Center is illustrative. In 2003, the year when Xinjiang ended state assignment for college graduates, About 5,650 graduates registered here for job placement. Among them, 88% were minorities, 65% were female, 61% graduated from vocational schools, 38.6% graduated from two-year colleges, and 7% graduated from college. By contrast, among graduates from Xinjiang's colleges with a high concentration of Han students, such as technical and medical colleges, employment rates upon graduation were around 80%. For employers in the new market economy, business interests are leading considerations in hiring, minorities included. Among their concerns are the academic preparation of students who benefited from preferential admissions, fear of ethnic tensions in the firm, past experiences with minority hires, worries about the inconvenience of Muslim customs, and not least, Mandarin proficiency. Uyghur and Kazakh students agree that employer apprehension about their abilities and attitudes hurt their job prospects, while Han students' options for finding jobs in interior provinces put them at further disadvantages in job searches. Even Uyghur students who attended boarding schools and colleges in interior provinces experience difficulties in finding jobs in and out of Xinjiang in the non-state sector. This suggests that Mandarin proficiency per SE is not the biggest hurdle, since these graduates have high proficiency here. Indeed, a host of educational and political factors account for unemployment among Uyghur college graduates. Structural factors in the education of minority students include inadequate college majors, poor training in college, poor preparation in secondary schools, reliance on the government for jobs, aversion to the private sector and temporary jobs, and poor communication skills and social networks. In a survey of minority college graduates on a Xinjiang campus in 2006, a combined 79.64% picked government agencies and public institutions as their top choice of place to work, while just 14.62% picked the private sector or other forms of employment. A decade later, in 2016, a survey of minority college graduates in the STEM field shows that while employment prospects are very good in their professional fields, the most enthusiastic preference among the students was still a civil service job. Among political factors for higher minority unemployment, expansion and oversupply of minority college graduates may be most important. That is, Uyghur students' high expectations for government jobs are due in important part to the expansion of higher education in Xinjiang. Specialized, trade, and technical schools, which have experienced less expansion, would serve minority students better. As the oversupply of minority college graduates is not met with a corresponding expansion of the job market they desire, state policies to push more and more minority students into college have become a self-defeating effort. Rather than emphasizing academic standards or skills, local educational agencies have responded with bilingual education programs in recent years. From the point of view of those who criticize expansion and oversupply, this new strategy remains ill-designed, since the emphasis is still on higher education rather than vocational schools. The latter would be better suited to producing a Uyghur industrial class for Xinjiang's expanding partner assistance projects, where Mandarin proficiency may not be crucial. Bilingual education as a response. The ups and downs of Mandarin instruction in Xinjiang's ethnic schools have exemplified the centralizing dynamics of the autonomous system. During the radical years of the 1960s, ethnic and Han schools were merged to promote class universalism. In the early post-Mao era, or the late 1970s and the early 1980s, the integrated schools were separated in an effort to restore ethnic prerogatives. Integrated schools at the secondary level declined from 156 in 1981 to 44 in 1984, while ethnic schools expanded and totaled 780 in 1984. In production corps, where Han members comprised the majority, ethnic schools grew from 38 in 1981 to 47 in 1985 at the secondary level, and 169 at the elementary level by 1985. As part of this initiative, ethnic schools ceased to teach Mandarin in the 1980s, but resumed it as a second language in the early 1990s. The decade left an impact, the departure of Mandarin teachers and a generation of ethnic students growing up without learning any Chinese. This gap in part contributed to a great leap forward strategy in bilingual education 2 decades later. The restoration of ethnic schools has helped to increase the teaching of ethnic languages to minority children, but it has also had side effects. One has been the quality of education, due to a lack of well-qualified teachers and textbooks in ethnic languages. Another was the coincidence of resumed ethnic schools with the onset of economic liberalization, when Mandarin proficiency became important in the job market. Rural areas have been disproportionately affected by the problems of ethnic schools, because children of Uyghur officials and professionals have been attending better schools in urban centers or in regular public schools. One county elementary school I have visited in southern Xinjiang, for example, is the only regular elementary school in the county seat. Half of the school children are Uyghur, mostly offspring of the county's cadre and professional class. Finally, the shrinkage of mixed schools has reduced venues for intermingling among ethnic groups, further increasing cultural and language gulfs. Draconian bilingual education. Programs to strengthen Chinese language instruction began as experiments in 2000 and were implemented in major cities in Xinjiang from 2004. That year, 2 models of so-called bilingual education were decreed by Xinjiang's provincial government: the complementary model, which treats Mandarin and an ethnic languages as parallels, and the immersion model, which treats Mandarin as the principal language and the ethnic language as supplementary. The complementary model strikes a balance between state goals and ethnic prerogatives. It is aimed at southern and western Xinjiang, where Uyghurs and Kazakhs are respectively concentrated. All humanities classes are taught in a minority language, while math and science classes are in Mandarin. This model was implemented from 2004 in 20% of Xinjiang's ethnic schools. By the end of 2005, about 2.9% of all minority students were enrolled in this model. The program is popular with students and parents, drawn by improved chances of transferring to regular schools and for preschool children, meal subsidies and daycare benefits. More importantly, the model does not threaten to overwhelm the minority language. Under similar pressures of unemployment and restiveness among minority graduates, the TAR and Inner Mongolia have also sped up this model of bilingual education in their ethnic school systems. The immersion model is far more one-sided. It is aimed at urban areas where Mandarin is in greater use. All subjects would be taught in Mandarin, while one ethnic language course is offered. In its 2004 plans, the stated goal of Xinjiang's provincial government was to implement this model in major cities by 2010, in cities and counties of northern and eastern Xinjiang by 2013, and in all other regions by 2016. Since 2006, the immersion model has been implemented in ethnic schools in Urumqi, Xinjiang's capital city, and subsequently in other major cities. By 2006, 114,869 or 6.6% of minority students in Xinjiang were enrolled in the immersion model, and by 2009 the ratio increased to 13.66%. This model is highly controversial as it aggressively promotes the state goal of integration and threatens to replace the ethnic language. Staff shortage and logistical difficulties might have tempered further progress of the immersion model, but the Urumqi riots of 2009 inopportunely led authorities to assert more state intervention. A CCP Central Committee Symposium on Xinjiang, held on May 17 to 19, 2010, led to an aggressive proposal to push the immersion model. Hu Jingtao and Wen Jiabao, the country's top party and state leaders respectively at the time, instructed that the immersion model be implemented in Xinjiang's preschools by 2012 and across ethnic schools by 2015. The emphasis on all preschools entailed that children would begin learning Mandarin 2 years before elementary school, thus adding a whole new group to Xinjiang's bilingual agenda. Hu and Wen's instructions were probably made without understanding the cultural and political implications of such an aggressive agenda, or its practical difficulties. But compliant local officials scuttled into action.
The provincial government set as its new political target that all preschool children between the ages of 5 and 6 years old must enter bilingual classes by the end of 2010. Thereupon responsibilities were put on the layers of local bureaucracy to implement state goals, regardless of local concerns and technical feasibility. Indicators for appraising results were established and pressure was placed on educational authorities at lower levels to achieve them. The provincial government demanded that implementation be complete by September 2010 and appraisals be given in the following month. These new demands, on top of Xinjiang's 2004 plans to implement the immersion model across all grades in ethnic schools, created tremendous pressure for staffing and logistics. A lack of qualified Mandarin teachers and teachers competent to teach subject courses in Mandarin already plagued the complementary model in many parts of Xinjiang, especially the heavily ethnic south, which lacks a Mandarin-speaking environment. The great leap forward to the immersion model would now literally entail a complete retraining of existing teachers or simply their replacement. In the political climate after the Urumqi riot, political goals trumped logistical practicality. Earlier, to prepare for Xinjiang's original 2004 plan for phased transition to the immersion model, full-time training for minority teachers had already been going on at a difficult pace. These teachers had been sent to prefectural capitals for training, but the programs were ineffective as they were designed to help trainees meet certification standards. Outside the classrooms, trainees still communicated with one another in ethnic tongues and lacked an environment to speak Mandarin or retain what they had learned during training. After 1 or 2 years of training, they still had difficulty teaching a class in Chinese or getting their students to understand a class taught in Chinese. Students ended up learning less in terms of the subject content and becoming frustrated with bilingual education. The result was to worsen rather than improve the overall quality of education. The preschool targets of Hu Jingtao and Wen Jiabao, since mid-2010, entailed yet more challenging problems. Because most preschool programs for minority children did not have bilingual teachers at the time, teaching staff had to be pulled from elsewhere to fulfill the local government's political goals. For example, in the southern prefectures of Aksu and Kashgar, educational authorities pulled out teachers from higher grades who were teaching subject courses in Chinese as well as Chinese language teachers in ethnic schools, placing them in kindergartens. To make up for the loss of bilingual teachers in the higher grades, the workload of the remaining teachers was increased. In language training programs for teachers, draconian methods were used as well. Some local bureaus of education would charge an assurance deposit. Trainees who failed their monthly evaluations would have their deposit taken away and be required to put down another one. Trainees who failed the final evaluations were required to pay part of the training costs. Such measures were intended to motivate trainees to do well, but they caused much anxiety and resentment among the teachers. From 2010 to 2015, more resources and hiring were invested to expand preschool bilingual programs and the immersion model, especially in the rural South. Several billions in US dollars were spent on constructing bilingual kindergartens, including 2,523 new ones in rural areas. A variety of measures and incentives were used to lure bilingual teachers to the rural South, including the expansion of hiring quotas for bilingual teachers, the dispatch of teachers from outside local areas on a rotating basis, the recruitment of college students to intern as teachers, and an increase of stipends for rural teachers. By 2015, the number of bilingual teachers in Xinjiang's preschools, elementary schools, and middle schools exceeded 119,900, an increase of over 83,300 or 43%. Over 100,690 of these bilingual teachers are minority members, accounting for 61.09% of all minority teachers at those 3 levels of schools in Xinjiang. However, as Uyghur scholars and teachers concede, 2 major problems continue to plague bilingual education in ethnic schools. First, the problem of poor Mandarin for many minority teachers persists, which is more serious than before because in the immersion model they have to teach subject courses in Mandarin.
Second, students in ethnically concentrated areas, where bilingual education is most urgently needed, do not have an environment in which to speak Mandarin outside the classroom. Despite these problems, the immersion model has been brought to full fruition under Chen Quanguo's reign since August 2016. That is, its implementation across all ethnic schools and at all grade levels. According to data from the SEAC, in 2017 the national language became the language of instruction for 82.8% of all minority students, or 1.889 million, enrolled in Xinjiang's public schools. This was a 79.1% increase over the preceding year, when the number was 1.0547 million. By August of 2018, the ratio rose to 100%, that is all minority students, totaling 2.9419 million, in Xinjiang's public schools are now taught in Mandarin in all subjects. An ethnic language is offered and mandated for minority students, as the immersion model originally entails. To ensure that this course would not be sidelined, students enrolled in the immersion model are required to take the ethnic language test as part of their high school admission and graduation tests, as well as their college entrance exams. Despite these measures in defense of ethnic languages, the pressure of integration is clear in Xinjiang's accelerated transition to the immersion model. By comparison, although over 96% of public school students receive bilingual education in Tibet, the complementary model remains in use. With the spread of the immersion model in Xinjiang, the reality of bilingual education creates more intimate threats than cultural marginalization. Among Uyghur teachers, silent bitterness is driven as much by resistance to cultural assimilation as by intense resentment at the draconian methods of implementation. Bilingual education and its discontents. Among Uyghur cultural and intellectual elites, a key source of anxiety about the immersion model is the replacement of the ethnic language by a transition to the Chinese language. The complementary model does not cause such anxiety because it aims to preserve the ethnic language. Although the immersion model may have the lofty goal of better integrating Uyghurs and enhancing their job prospects, the tensions between the demands of integration and ethnic prerogatives are not easily reconciled. For those who worry about the waning of the Uyghur tongue, the immersion model is misguided because a lack of Mandarin proficiency is not the reason for Uyghur students' underachievement. Thus the benefits of bilingual education may not outweigh the costs. Citing the consistent poor performance of the MKH group, Zulhaya argues candidly, it is preferential policies that deprive minority students of the incentive to work hard and compete with their Han peers. For this Uyghur scholar, who is among the most pro-modernization among Uyghur intellectuals, Uyghurs have a legitimate and genuine concern about the potential adverse effects on ethnic children's cultural values and identity. Thus she only cautiously supports the state's new bilingual program. Todi is more skeptical, arguing that the state promotion of bilingual education is viewed in Uyghur communities as monolingual education, amounting to accelerated and forced assimilation by political methods and potentially the elimination of the Uyghur people culturally. Worries about cultural assimilation and language extinction were also frequent topics on the website that Todi founded, uygurbiz.com. These worries are reinforced by frequent Chinese obliviousness to those concerns. During one of my visits to a local college in southern Xinjiang, Chinese language teachers expressed genuine bewilderment that Uyghur faculty members would subtly discourage Uyghur students from learning Chinese. To them, any opportunity to improve skills and increase learning is a positive thing, good for individuals and society. This lack of empathy to see the other side's point of view only adds to Uyghur resentment. If subtle discouragement was the sentiment in the early 2010s, one can only imagine Uyghur faculty's bitterness in the late 2010s when the immersion model was implemented much more aggressively. Another contentious point is the local government's campaign-style approach to bilingual education, a reflection of the centralizing dynamics of the autonomous system. In their zeal to get fast results, local officials give out extreme commands that distort the meaning of bilingual education and make teaching impossible. One Uyghur teacher in a village school complained about such a Uyghur official from the local educational bureau,
who sternly told teachers at a meeting, "Preschool bilingual education means teaching Chinese, not one lesson of the ethnic tongue can be taught and not one word of it can be uttered." This made any teaching impossible for her, since her preschool pupils did not understand a word of Chinese while she was not supposed to say a word of Uyghur. The result was that the children could learn neither Chinese nor Uyghur. Another Uyghur teacher complained about similar distortions at an Ely middle school. While she agreed with the benefit of bilingual education, she found that the program became monolingual since she was not supposed to use Uyghur in the classroom. Such problems appear to vary with local bureaucracies and schools, but they especially affect preschool's bilingual programs, since their main purpose is to introduce ethnic children to Mandarin. The one-sidedness in bilingual education embodies the centralizing dynamics of the autonomous system at its worst. Despite its two-way implication, the intensified push for bilingual education is intended for minority students to learn Chinese, not for Mandarin speakers to learn a local ethnic language. Though this one-way direction is driven by practical considerations, it fails even the utilitarian test. In southern Xinjiang, where Uyghurs comprise over 80% of the local population, it makes more sense for the numerically smaller Chinese group to learn Uyghur and even use Uyghur as the official language. But researchers' suggestions for optional classes in ethnic languages for Han students are frequently brushed aside by local educational authorities, who are only concerned with answering the latest calls from Beijing. The Uyghur or Kazakh tongues also have wider utility in Central and West Asia, which would help tremendously in China's Belt and Road venture. The new Silk Road project, indeed, is among the dynamics that have driven two prefectures, Ely and Kashgar, strategically situated as gateways to Central Asia, to experiment with ethnic language offerings in regular schools. Here Han students may take it as an elective, while it is a requirement for minority students. Covert or blatant pragmatism is undoubtedly another problem that condones centralized diffusion and undermines ethnic autonomy. In my field experiences in southern Xinjiang, the perception that languages in small circulation are useless has led many Han Chinese to underappreciate the seriousness of Uyghur anxieties. The generations of locally born Han Chinese in the post-Mao period mostly do not bother to learn Uyghur, dismissing it as useless. School teachers sometimes betrayed their dismissive attitude by referring to backward languages. Among Han bilingual teachers, some have majored in Uyghur in college, but their spoken Uyghur is usually worse than the Mandarin of their Uyghur colleagues, since they do not bother to practice. Among minority intellectuals whose native tongue is Chinese, there tends to be support for the utility of languages in wide national and international circulation, in other words Mandarin and English. When asked if they would want to learn three languages, that is, an ethnic tongue, Mandarin, and English, they seem to have not thought about the question, yet they expect those with useless mother tongues to do so. The inland boarding school program has also fallen victim to draconian bilingual education. Established in 2000 for Xinjiang, the program sends selective MKH students to top-tier high schools in inland Chinese cities. These cities and Xinjiang's government share the bulk of the students' expenses, while the families shoulder the rest. After 1 year of remedial courses in Chinese, English, math, and science in their inland schools, a Xinjiang class follows the regular curricula and takes all classes in Chinese. Graduates take the National College Entrance Exam in Chinese. Qualifying scores and admission quotas are separately established for this group, namely, separate from the Chinese students in their inland schools and from ethnic students back in Xinjiang. That is, the cut-off points for college admissions for this group are lower than their Han counterparts in interior provinces but higher than their ethnic peers at home. With 1,000 students in the first year of the program in 2000, enrollment grew annually to 36,000 by 2010. However, in another example of a draconian approach, Xinjiang's Bureau of Education assigns admission targets to local middle schools and uses success rates to evaluate their performance. Schools with a low number of students who qualify for inland school admissions would be levied a financial penalty. 17 Such interventionist approaches only aggravate Uyghur anxiety about the impact of the program. The perceived taking of Uyghurs' best and brightest young minds to interior provinces for training has created qualms among Uyghur intellectuals and parents about cultural erosion. Some view those students as a stolen generation, worrying that their immersion in interior cities will make them gradually forget their ethnic culture or even identity. One graduate of such a class confessed to having been vigilant about the program, despite personal improvement in professional competence. Alternative models. Needless to say, the draconian approach to bilingual education in Xinjiang represents the worst of the institutional tensions of the autonomous system. That is, centralization but ethnicization. The state's approach is highly centralizing, while the purported goal is to increase job access and economic integration for Uyghur students. In ethnic regions where radicalism and violence are not paramount threats, those institutional tensions can be mitigated by more leeway for local decision-making. In ethnic regions where local receptivity to bilingual education is high and coercion is low, bilingual education has proceeded much more successfully. After all, resource allocation alone would be a strong incentive to embrace the program. In the Yanbian Korean prefecture, absence of central intervention has allowed local educators to come up with their methods and textbooks. Ethnic public schools for Korean Chinese, especially those based in Korean concentrated areas, use the ethnic immersion model. That is, subject courses are taught in Korean, with Chinese and English as language courses usually taught by Mandarin-speaking teachers. In urban Yanbian, these schools can be so well run that some Han parents regularly choose to send their children there. The leading primary school in Yanbian is one of the top 10 schools in the entire country. Its curricula and campus layout proudly teach and celebrate different aspects of Korean culture in a way that is inconceivable in Xinjiang. The school maintains a waiting list for Han applicants, and Han students comprise about 4 to 5% of the student body. 18 In Tibetan regions of Qinghai and Gansu provinces, local educational authorities and schools are allowed to pick the models of instruction most appropriate for local conditions, which range from student choices and faculty resources to local vernacular conventions. Local authorities in Qinghai have also responded accommodatingly to Tibetan students' protests against the Mandarin immersion model. Practical utility is another incentive often ignored by authorities in their push for bilingual education in Xinjiang. In ethnic regions where bilingual skills are in need, minority groups are motivated to choose bilingual education or even monolingual education on their own. In Yanbian's case, a high presence of Chinese residents within the prefecture, 59.29% Hans versus 37.7% Koreans, entails a linguistic milieu that uses Chinese as a convenient and necessary means of communication. In the same way, some Han parents choose Korean ethnic schools for their children because they feel that proficiency in the Korean language will give their children more academic and career options in the future. Even within Xinjiang, Uyghur parents who are professionals and urbanites routinely send their children to regular schools and boarding schools in interior provinces. In Chengdu, the closest metropolis for the Tibetan regions of western Sichuan and the Tar, many resourceful Tibetans come to buy residential properties so that their children can attend local schools for a better education. 19 By the same token, for outer peripheral regions where Uyghurs and Tibetans are concentrated, the impracticality of learning Chinese raises serious issues about the state's push for Mandarin proficiency, especially through the immersion model. In a study by Padma Thundrup, director of Qinghai Center for Religious Affairs, bilingual education is found to be feasible in urban areas of Qinghai but remains a daunting challenge in rural and pastoral areas, due to logistic difficulties that are worse than those in southern Xinjiang. Foremost is a shortage of teachers who are conversant in both Chinese and Tibetan and capable of teaching math and science or competent to teach Mandarin. Unlike Xinjiang, where the central government spends generously on bilingual programs, many localities in Qinghai have no resources to retrain their teaching staff. With students scattered around vast mountain regions, it is difficult to establish schools of scale or to attract teachers willing to stay. In this context, it makes little sense to implement universal bilingual programs, when 98% of the local population is Tibetan in many counties. The points raised above challenge the state's expansion of education in outer peripheral regions. The central state promotes education, bilingual education included, as a means to professional development and national integration, but the end results may not always serve the local communities in a way that genuine autonomy may require. One problem is the weakening of the native language for ethnic students who focus on a Chinese medium education. Another is the lack of jobs for graduates who pursue majors in ethnic mediums. As Adrian Zenz has shown, Tibetans view the market economy as the greatest threat to their ethno-cultural survival, as the young generation are lured into Chinese medium education by better career prospects while Tibetan medium graduates face dire employment prospects. This problem, Thundrup suggests, implies that the state's goal of education should be shifted. Instead of means to career advancement, education may also be treated as a means to personal and intellectual enrichment. Over the past 3 decades, the state has been trying to draw out waves of ethnic youths from pastoral and rural regions to modern education. It would make more sense to draw them back to renovate and diversify the pastoral or rural economy. In other words, the central drive in expanding education may not always be feasible for the outer peripheral regions. In this context, it is little wonder that in southern Xinjiang, many rural parents find public school to be useless for their children, since it is hard for them to find desired jobs despite their education. To these parents, learning the Quran is at least better for the children's upbringing. In many rural areas in the south, the job of the school principal and teachers in the morning is simply to go to the children's homes and bring them to school. In one case encountered by a Hong Kong-based reporter, a school principal was beaten up by a parent, with scratches all over his face and a big cut on his ear. The parent felt that a certificate of graduation from the public school is un-Muslim and useless. Outside the gates of some public elementary schools, public notices used to be posted warning parents not to withdraw their children on false pretexts, referring to the sending of children to underground madrasas. For the secularly and achievement-oriented Han people, such parental behavior is beyond comprehension. When a local Han resident told me similar stories of obstructive Uyghur parents, he angrily uttered, "You treat them too well. Our policies are too lenient." He cared little about what the local parents thought or wanted, and would in any event have dismissed their thinking as backward. In recent years, the increase of work-in residence teams in the rural south has added to state power to ensure public education, by making it a routine practice to go to villagers' homes in the morning to make sure their school-age children go to school that day. The cost of low autonomy. Additional consequences ensue from the state's heavy hand in promoting bilingual education in Xinjiang. As in the economic arena, it forces the state to take on more responsibilities in order to solve the problems created by itself. That is, bilingual education will increase young Uyghurs' expectation about employment. However, if this expectation is not met in the real world, they are likely to feel doubly frustrated about the state's draconian drive. In both Xinjiang and the TAR, local governments have taken up the task of finding jobs for minority members. In Xinjiang, local governments have tried to create public welfare jobs, such as providing loans for entrepreneurship, offering incentives for companies to hire minorities, contracting firms in coastal provinces to hire minorities, or sending graduates for professional training and internship. In the 2 years from 2012 to 2013, Xinjiang's government agencies hired more Uyghurs than in the 10 years combined prior to the Urumqi riots of 2009. Downsized workers who had waited over a decade for retirement benefits have now received them. Efforts have also been made to provide employment to at least one adult child for each household. According to a local Uyghur, once his unemployed relatives were provided with jobs, they became hopeful about their future, making plans to get married and buy housing, and most of all, they stay away from illicit activities. Since Chen Quanguo's arrival in Xinjiang in August 2016, Xinjiang has moved into full gear to create jobs not only for minority college graduates but even Uyghur villagers, through government hiring and partner assistance programs. In the TAR, The local government has also undertaken elaborate efforts to provide employment after the Lhasa riots of 2008. The region has adopted a policy of guaranteeing employment for at least one adult child in each Tibetan household, so as to provide stabilizing and exemplary effects in the family. The local government encourages college graduates to work for medium and small companies by offering financial incentives. It pays back college tuition and loans for those who work for such companies for 5 years or more. It pays a stipend to those who accepts employment in non-state firms. It expends travel expenses and a monthly stipend for those who take up employment outside the TAR, and it requires partner assistance projects to hire a certain number of TAR college graduates. With these measures, the TAR managed to have an 84% employment rate for its college graduates between 2006 and 2010. After Chen Quanguo assumed power in the TAR in 2011, he reintroduced the policy of guaranteed job assignment for college students of TAR residency and Tibetan descent. This resulted in full employment for these students during his tenure in the TAR, from 2012 to mid-2016. Huge state subsidies and a small population made the various job incentives possible in the TAR. There were 16,600 college students in 2011 in the TAR, compared with Xinjiang's 70,000 that year. In other words, stability in the two sensitive regions is going to be bought whatever the costs, but state intervention itself will not yield. Nevertheless, job guarantees for Tibetan college students ended after Chen's departure, signifying that the policy is not sustainable. This puts into question how long Chen's bilingual education and full employment drive will be sustainable in Xinjiang. Ultimately, the grave tensions between centralization and ethnicization, as manifested in Xinjiang's bilingual programs, demonstrate a dearth of autonomy, particularly in ethnic regions, that pose threats to political integration. This dearth is devastating because its impact is perceived to threaten the ethno-national survival of a distinct cultural community. The scenario is similar to, yet even more serious than, a case that has become emblematic of the problem of missing autonomy, the reconstruction of Kashgar's old town. Here authorities demolished the historical Uyghur town to reconstruct a modern replica, causing much controversy over the destruction of a traditional Islamic city. In bilingual education, as in the Kashgar case, local governments failed to consult with local Uyghur communities. Plans were devised and imposed from the top down. Uyghur resentment over damages to their traditional culture is thus unsurprising. In the Kashgar case, at least there were justifications for reconstruction, such as a lack of safety, sanitation, and water supply in the old architectural structures. The local state did also take steps to negotiate with former residents about compensation, and their evacuation proceeded with more civility than in Han regions. In China's context, the negotiations already seemed democratic enough. However, there was no genuine autonomy for native Uyghurs in decision-making over bilingual education or Kashgar's urban reconstruction. In the latter case, negotiations with local residents took place after decisions about reconstruction had already been made. Local communities did not really have a choice over whether the reconstruction should proceed, but only what arrangements they would have after their relocation. Summary. In this chapter I look at why policies for education and language have increased ethnic tensions in the reform era, drawing largely on Xinjiang's case. Rather than emphasizing tensions caused by state assimilation and ethnic nationalism, I treat these tensions as integral to the institutional dynamics of the autonomous system. The central imperatives of integration and development determine educational priorities and strategies, while the ethnic prerogatives of preferential policies undermine those state goals. This chapter shows that the tensions between those central imperatives and ethnic prerogatives are heightened by the new market economy. The state can no longer align central imperatives with ethnic prerogatives in terms of job guarantees, when the market favors competitive skills and disadvantages minority students. A combination of state policies, expanded higher education, market reforms, preferential admissions, and bilingual programs, have created educational patterns that heighten ethnic grievances at the expense of integration. Driven by the paradigms of development and integration, the state has been oblivious to these problems. Instead of adjusting its paradigms, the state simply intensifies its policy mechanisms to further enhance them. My analysis in the chapter shows the dubious role of the state and of its policy designs. It is the state's self-avowed good intentions to promote its developmental and egalitarian drive that have justified its heavy intervention in minority education. Preferential admission policies, while aimed at lifting minorities, fail to consider the variety of educational needs and the fitness of educational programs for different student types, experiences, and cultural backgrounds. The modernizing, secularizing, and integrative role of public education is assumed, even while this is not always backed by realities in culturally and linguistically distinct outer peripheral regions. As shown in Xinjiang's case, the adverse effects of the state's educational and language policies have a socially volatile side. Minority students nurtured by preferential admissions are enraged by a lack of desired employment. Parents impoverished by college tuition are angered by a lack of expected returns. Teachers accustomed to set ways of instruction are pressured to improve in subjects or language where they are weak. A draconian bilingual program has been imposed overnight on ethnic children. That the Chinese language seems to be the cause of all this trouble provides a strong emotional rallying point. 1. Conversations with a Tibetan scholar at Sichuan University, Chengdu, summer 2015. 2. Conversations in Xiaodian Village, Daiking Prefecture, August 2016. 3. Conversation with a Uyghur student at a teacher's college in Urumqi, July 2013. 4. The issuance of teachers' certificates began in 2002 in Xinjiang, but graduates of teachers' colleges did not need to take certification tests. Since 2015, graduates of all colleges must take the tests to get certified as public school teachers. 5. See 2015 Nian Xinjiang Gonghui Yuan Case He Gong Jiao Jidu. Zongguo Jiayu Zaixian, August 12, 2015. Web. 6. See above, Article 5 of the public announcement for the 2015 civil service exam in Xinjiang. 7. See above, Article 2 of the public announcement for the 2015 civil service exam in Xinjiang. Quasi-civil servants, or Kangong Renai Yuan, are professional employees in public sectors that are not state agencies. Although not formally civil servants, they are subject to similar personnel regulations and salary standards. 8. Locally administered exams for quasi-civil service sectors began in 2006, but not for all sectors at the same time. Xinjiang's healthcare sector began the exam in 2009. Its public schools implemented certification exams for all applicants in 2015. 9. Conversations with this family in Aksu, fall 2013. 10. Conversations with a physician from a Hotan hospital, summer 2015, and with a Hotan-based reporter, summer 2019. For differentiated qualifying scores in 2017, see Xinjiang 2017 Nian Yishizaj Bishi Jace Hichinji Chogzunji Fen Shuxian. Zindongfang Zaixian, August 29, 2017. http://yishwe.ku.learn.com/20170829/6482335.html. 11. In various years, 10 to 20 bonus points have been given to ethnic categories. From 2002 to 2015, 10 to 20 points were awarded to athletes who placed within the top 6 in major national competitions. In recent years, 10 points are awarded to returned expatriates and their offspring, martyrs' offspring, decorated ex-servicemen and ex-servicemen who did not receive state-assigned jobs. 12. These include Uyghur, Kazakh, Mongol, Kyrgyz, Tajik, Sib, Uzbek, Tatar, Dor, Tibetan, and Russian. 13. Southern Xinjiang refers to Aksu, Hotan, Kashgar, and Kyzylsa-Kyrgyz Autonomous Prefecture. 14. Conversations with 8 Uyghur students on an Aksu College campus, summer 2011, one of whom went on to be the top score achiever in her county's teachers certifying exam in 2015. Also conversations with 2 Tibetan students from the TAR studying in New York City, fall 2015. 15. Conversations with 2 sisters with Uyghur and Han parents who were married in the 1950s. Their children went to college in the 2000s and the early 2010s. Conversations with a family whose grandparent is Uyghur. Fall 2013 and summer 2015 respectively, Southern Xinjiang. 16. Conversations with 2 public school teachers in a rural county of Southern Xinjiang, fall 2013 and summer 2015. 17. Conversations with 4 local teachers of a rural county, Southern Xinjiang, summer 2015. 18. Field visits to several Korean schools in Yanbian, including this school, in fall 2013. 19. Field observations in Wuhaosai area of Chengdu, where Tibetan settlers congregate. July 2017 and 2018. Conclusion. From Empire to Nation State, Lessons and Reforms. In concluding, this chapter will draw together the findings and implications from this study. First, it will weigh the feats and faults of the autonomous system in achieving the transition to the nation-state for China. Second, it will assess proposals and prospects for improving China's nation-state building. Finally, the chapter will consider the implications of ethnic issues for a rising China. Socialist autonomy and transition to nation-state. Has socialist autonomy allowed the Middle Kingdom to make a successful transition from empire to nation-state? The official Chinese view is a definitive but not entirely confident yes. China has found the solution in the autonomous system. The findings from this study present a more complicated picture. The socialist system of autonomy did help China to largely inherit the territorial boundaries of the last imperial dynasty and avoided secessionist wars during the transition to a modern nation-state. This was a significant achievement. Although China's imperial system differed from the global expansion of empire in the 19th century, its disintegration was spurred by the same forces that impelled the spread of the nation-state during the 20th century. That is, modern nationalism, or the idea that states should be governed by a nationally defined people. As Wimmer and Min argue, insofar as the nationalist doctrine triggers competing projects of state building, the transition from empire to nation-state has often been associated with secessionist civil war or internal strife against political exclusion by subordinated ethnic groups. In other words, the global spread of and transformation to the nation-state is itself a major cause of war. The macro-historical dynamics of nation-state formation have applied to the Chinese case as well. There were secessionist moves in China's outer peripheries in the first half of the 20th century, namely Mongolia, Tibet, and Xinjiang. To the extent that China avoided secessionist wars and saw just one region break away, the socialist system of ethnic autonomy can be seen as successful. In fact, if we count India as a civilization whose princely states were united as a multi-nation state only in colonial times, China would be the only ancient empire that has made the transition to a nation-state, notwithstanding periodic strains in the 2 outer peripheral regions. At the same time, having inherited imperial domains does not mean that China will automatically hold them forever. What happened in the USSR after 1991 is an acute reminder of this. Moreover, because of the large demographic/territorial core that China has also inherited, holding the 2 outer peripheral regions for now, at extremely high costs, cannot be considered a complete success or perhaps even a success at all. 1 Furthermore, China's transition to a modern state was contingent upon a few contextual factors, which by definition are not constant. Those contextual factors are reviewed in chapters 1 to 3. The first was the presence of external invasions, which threatened the territorial integrity of the heartland as well as the hinterland, forcing ethnic elites to choose loyalties and alliances.
The co-optation of native elites by the Republican regimes temporarily secured key alliances, at the expense of alienating the oppressed ethnic masses. The second contextual factor was the CCP's universalizing ideology and strategy of class struggle, which helped to rally ethnic masses against their co-ethnic oppressors as well as Han rulers and foreign invaders. The third contextual factor was the socialist redistributive state, which delivered for the ethnic proletariat and created new ethnic elites allegiant to the state. In addition, the socialist economy mediated the long-standing ecological rivalry between agrarian and nomadic societies, bringing modern professionals and projects to the pre-modern hinterland while sending natural resources to the industrial heartland, finally rendering the core and peripheral regions complementary. However, as a strategy necessitated by revolutionary and wartime experiences, socialist autonomy did not necessarily provide a long-term stable or optimal response to the macro-institutional transition to the nation-state. As the socialist state retreated and resource battles heat up in the post-Mao era, the nation-state has been put under serious strains by challenges from the outer peripheral regions. Incomplete transition. Why have ethnic mobilization and violence occurred only in the outer peripheral regions? This study suggests that the system of autonomous regions, with its one-size-fits-all institutional order, has done a tenuous job of incorporating the two outer peripheral regions. The institutional dynamics or built-in tensions of the system, I have shown, have combined with changing contextual factors to foster discontents and destabilizing factors. In other words, China's transition to the nation-state, on a deep level, is incomplete. First, in terms of institutional dynamics, the autonomous system has attempted to achieve national integration and ethnic incorporation, not through mechanisms of political autonomy, but through a mix of centralization and ethnicization. The former entails a uniform system of ethnic governance under the centralized party leadership, while the latter entails institutionalized ethnic and geographical markers supplemented by policy benefits. This institutional order makes ethnicity politically relevant by grounding political identity, state administration, and policy benefits on the ethnic criterion. The inherent tensions therein, between reduced political autonomy but enhanced centralization and politicized identities, were mitigated during the Mao era by class politics, but they have since been intensified by the state's sponsorship as well as suppression of identity politics in the post-Mao era. The institutional dynamics of centralization and ethnicization, triggered by as well as resulting from state policies, are particularly conducive to ethnic tensions and conflict in the outer peripheral regions. The dynamics of centralization particularly conducive to ethnic tensions include those that threaten ascriptive features of ethnic groups and impose their transformation, such as religion and language, those that impose transformation of pre-modern and agrarian or egalitarian societies into secular, urban, and competitive ones, such as economic modernization and economic liberalization, and those that marginalize minority representation and participation, such as the centralized political system. Conversely, the institutional dynamics of ethnicization particularly conducive to ethnic tensions in the outer peripheral regions include those that facilitate or constrain identity expression, such as state sponsorship or suppression of cultural expression and ethnic conventions, those that foster ethnic prerogatives, such as ethnically based policy benefits, and those that result in socio-economic marginalization, such as developmental drives. The dynamics of centralization and ethnicization have affected the outer peripheral regions in particular, thanks to a mix of historical and contemporary factors. Above all, these regions had very different historical relations with the heartland, yet the autonomous system treats all culturally distinct groups as ethno-nations, regardless of those historical differences, alternatively exaggerating or understating ethnic differences. In either case, potential for ethnic mobilization is elevated by the state's over-accommodation or under-accommodation of disparate ethnic communities. That is, over-accommodation of those in the inner peripheries but under-accommodation of the outer peripheral regions. At the same time, because of their greater centrifugal tendencies, resource allocation and state intervention are far more intensive in the outer peripheral regions.
This ironically involves the state directly and principally as the culprit for their contemporary woes. When under-accommodation of political rights combines with greater barriers to participation in the modern economy, ethnic mobilization materializes. In other words, although politicized identity and the lack of political autonomy are constant in all autonomous regions, variance in the type of ethnic regions and the substance of government policies make a difference to how the institutional dynamics of socialist autonomy play out at the local level. Only in the two outer peripheral regions, again, do ascriptive features amount to key barriers to market participation and has inland migration induced serious ethnic conflict. Second, the demise of the universalizing class ideology has deprived the central state of the institutional principles of legitimate government to project universal legitimacy among its multiple ethno-nations. This affects the outer peripheral regions in particular, because their fragile historical and cultural affinity with the heartland had entailed that social class solidarity played a crucial role in their integration with the new nation-state. A breakdown of the redistributive state, which was based on social class solidarity, further undermines the social foundation of ethnic support for the central state. That is, when economic reforms transformed the rules and norms by which economic resources were allocated, the old social contract between the state and ethnic members also broke down. Under market transition and the Western development drive, the forces of national and global integration threaten as well as marginalize the ascriptive endowments formally protected by the autonomous system, which are acute issues in the two outer peripheral regions. Whereas previously minorities were equal members of the proletarian class, now they are the primary victims of a new developmental ideology. In other words, the working classes in minority regions have had the most to lose during the reform era, costing the state its most important allies that were critical to its legitimate rule in sensitive minority regions. The situation is worsened by a critical generational shift. Minority youths born after the late 1970s, when the reform era began, have experienced drastically different formative years than their precursors. Instead of the political and economic liberation experienced by their parents and grandparents, and the collective communes and state jobs that provided for them, minority youths with distinct descriptive features now face frustration in finding employment. For these ethnic youths left behind by market reforms, they may find recourse in the monasteries and madrasas or on the streets. Either way, they can be easily susceptible to the rhetoric of ethnic finger-pointing, rendering social discontent seemingly driven by ethnic divisions. This problem is especially true of Tibetan and Uyghur youths because of greater linguistic, cultural, and educational barriers to competing in the market economy. In other words, ethnic members who have grown up in the reform era do not have the reference frames of their older co-ethnics to feel grateful to the state or allegiant to it. Third, socialist autonomy has created ethnically distinct political elites, especially in the titular groups. Those elites, Philip Roeder argues based on the Soviet case, were accountable to central authorities but also controlled access to scarce public goods, such as education, economic resources, and entrance to coveted professions. These benefits facilitate what Roeder calls the creation of ethnic machines, along with entrenched interests and state dependency. Although ethnic elites may be accountable to the state, the ethnic machines, privileges, and dependency make it difficult for the state to alter local practices and incentives. It was in this way that ethnicity became politically relevant. Titular ethnic groups came to believe that they had unique political rights and unique access to resources distributed in the political arena. In the Chinese case, ethnic machines have enhanced identity politics among ethnic elites in general, but intensity varies with politically sensitive and non-sensitive groups, or outer versus inner peripheral ones. Overall, the shaping of one's life chances and opportunities along ethnic lines does lead to the sustenance of ethnic elites for whom autonomy means the political and economic distribution of public goods for their own group. For politically non-sensitive groups, this orientation helps to weaken or neutralize political demands, because those public goods render political demands secondary or superfluous. For the politically sensitive groups, however, carrots alone may not be insufficient to neutralize autonomy demands, because the political price to pay is an acceptance of the state prerogatives of political centralization and integration, which undermine ethnic expression at best and ethnic survival at worst. This is particularly the case for the Uyghurs. Indeed, at academic forums in China it is routine to hear a bifurcation of ethnic elites and ethnic commoners. The former is keen on emphasizing ethnic distinctions and identities, while the latter is mainly interested in everyday livelihood. To the extent that ethnic elites play a far greater role in representing ethnic interests and opinions, they reinforce the ethnic machines created by the state itself, along with entrenched interests and identity politics. Finally, China's massive modernization and developmental drive has turned the long-standing ecological rivalry between the heartland and the hinterland upside down. Reversing the historical trend, the hinterland has now become the reservoir of resources and developmental frontiers sought and predated upon by the needy heartland. The onslaught of encroachment into resource-rich peripheries by state firms, enterprising businesses, and migrants from the heartland, feeds a dynamic of ethnic exclusion that undermines ethnic autonomy in those regions, thus inciting ethnic mobilization. In short, while a trade-off between autonomy and preferential policies may be acceptable in the inner peripheral regions, it may not be so easy in outer peripheral regions where historically central, peripheral relations were weak and cultural distances significant. These dynamics are even at play in Beijing's relations with Hong Kong and Taiwan, two culturally Chinese territories that have yet to politically integrate with mainland China. Despite ample economic inducements offered by the mainland, a majority of people in those two territories seem unwilling to make concessions on autonomy and identity. Through Hong Kong's anti-extradition protests in 2019 and Taiwan's Sunflower Movement in 2014, the young people of these two regions protested vehemently against greater integration with the mainland. The road to China's self-image of a complete nation-state remains arduous. Whether stability, Chinese concerns for national integration, even state dissolution, have been heightened by the collapse of the Soviet-type ethno-federations in the post-socialist world. Chinese academic books and articles abound that draw lessons from the Soviet and Yugoslav cases. The most concerned analysis is offered by Ma Rong, the Hui scholar at Beijing University. In answering a question posed by himself, is China vulnerable to separatism in the 21st century? Ma argues that the autonomous system has nurtured all the institutional conditions for separatism, construction of national identities, ethnically based territorial units, and ethnic elites as representatives of particularistic group interests. These factors have become ideological and political foundations for politicizing socio-economic and cultural issues in ethnic regions, he argues, leading to ethnically mobilized discourse and violence. Politicized ethnic discontent, in turn, causes overvigilance and distorted reaction on the part of the state, delaying proper solutions to everyday problems and feeding a vicious cycle that breeds separatism. In other words, the emphasis here is on the institutionalization of minority prerogatives that has politicized identities and threatened national integration. The alternative view blames the weakening of the state apparatus for the disintegration of the Soviet system. Barry Sodeman dismisses Ma's argument as a misconception of ethno-federalism's role. The notion that it necessarily leads to state dissolution is based on the post hoc propter hoc fallacy that separatist movements arose, several ethno-federalist states dissolved, and therefore separatist movements caused the dissolutions. The Soviet Union fell apart, Sodeman argues, mainly because its government was already severely weakened by central political decisions not directly connected with ethnic mobilization. Other factors that contributed to the dissolution of ethno-federal systems may be conceived of as sufficient conditions. These include core ethnic regions, the weakening of institutions that upheld previous social contracts, and democratization. Of these three conditions, the first two have been present in China while the third is not yet. The first condition, core ethnic regions, favors China at first glance. It has just one such region, the TAR, with over 92% of Tibetans. But China has a dozen of ethnic majority regions at the prefectural level. Among these,
Uyghur majority prefectures include Hotan, Kashgar, Aksu, Turpan, and Kizilsukergiz. Of these, not surprisingly, Hotan and Kashgar have been most restive. Outside the Tar, Tibetan majority prefectures include Yashu, Galag, Gars, Huangnan, Hainan, Engawa, and Gannan. However, these Tibetan prefectures are located in areas that had broken off from Lasa's rule from the 9th century, so separatism per se is relatively weak. Beijing has another important advantage in the Tibetan case. Its Tibetan cadre tends to find the exile government a challenge to their authority and hence has vested interests in maintaining the status quo. Nevertheless, strengthened by the state's own creation of a homogenized identity and frustrated by its political and religious restrictions, ethnic agitation is conceivable without the Tibetan cadre, especially in the age of social media. The second sufficient condition for the dissolution of ethno-federalism, namely the demise of the social contract of the socialist era, has been present in the post-Mao era and played a major role in brewing ethnic unrest. Only the third condition, democratization, is missing in China's case. This means that China's authoritarian system plays a critical role in holding the multinational state together. The ubiquitous patrol vehicles and squads on the streets of Xinjiang's urban centers, especially in the south, easily remind one how stability is being achieved. It does not conversely mean, of course, that democratization will necessarily lead to state dissolution of the Soviet kind. Realistically, the nationalistic bent and demographic weight of China's majority population will make such a scenario difficult. As Wang Lixian notes, the bottom line of the Han majority is that there will be no independence, and improved forms of autonomy are preferable to bloodshed. Indeed, the small demographic weight of the sensitive regions almost precludes state dissolution in China's case. Together the population of Tibet and Xinjiang comprises just 2% of the Chinese population nationwide, or a mere 1% if only the titular groups are counted. This demographic context made China the only pre-modern empire that was able to retain most parts of its territory in the transition from empire to modern nation-state and allowed the central government to never take serious measures to construct a pan-Chinese identity until recently. China's demographic context has also made the currently expensive money transfers to the two minority regions still affordable, and leaves them with very slim chances for independence. Point 2 Nevertheless, the fact that the two regions continue to induce much anxiety and attention on the part of the state suggests an as yet incomplete transition to nation-state in China's case. Any meaningful integration will require more than money transfers. Reforming the system. In debating reforms, China's three contending schools, liberal autonomists, integrationists, and socialist autonomists, have shown a basic agreement about the current system of ethnic autonomy. That is, autonomy remains defined in terms of what the state wants, substantive rights in development and distribution, rather than procedural rights in political choices and decision-making powers. The nominally procedural rights granted at local levels, by way of local legislative power, are still designed to protect the type of substantive rights defined by the state. These rights, largely developmental and distributional, are intended to serve rather than challenge the central imperatives of inter-ethnic parity and national integration. The simultaneously constraining but indulgent nature of the current system gives rise to the institutional tensions of the autonomous system. Given these contradictions, it is unsurprising that reform proposals have been at odds as to what should be done. The three contending schools disagree on the conception and delivery of autonomy as well as its consequences. The liberal autonomists castigate it for lacking political rights, yet without repudiating the ethnic prerogatives in the official version of autonomy. The integrationists criticize it for politicizing ethnic identity, yet without rejecting the institutional limits on political autonomy. The prevailing minority opinion tolerates the trade-off between political autonomy and ethnic prerogatives, though it is less than fully content with the current implementation of socialist autonomy. Reform proposals, thus, offer diverse or even contrary remedies. The liberal autonomists seek more ethnic rights in policy making and cultural spheres. The integrationists want to reduce ethnic prerogatives and replace the autonomous system with the regular provincial system.
The socialist autonomists prefer to preserve and improve the current system. These competing reform proposals have had some meaningful impact on public policy and discourse. In the first few years after the Lhasa riots of 2008 and the Urumqi riots of 2009, a heightened political climate allowed the integrationist discourse to dominate in popular, media, and policy forums. Marong was a frequent presence at major pundit forums, and his calls for enhancing bilingual education in Xinjiang helped contribute to an acceleration of bilingual programs in local schools during 2010 and 2011. Between 2010 and early 2014, Hu Anggong and Zhu Weikan, two leading integrationists of the statist variant, published widely noted articles promoting a new generation of ethnic policy. Together, they call for weakening or ending the three pillars of the autonomous system: political fixity of ethnic identities, territorialized ethnic governance, and ethnically based allocation of policy benefits. In their stead, they advocate regional criteria and citizenship rights that are ethnically neutral. Writing in 2013, James Leibold senses an emerging consensus for reform in the direction of strengthening national integration and promoting ethnic assimilation, although he does not see radical policy change as likely. However, the momentum of the integrationists caused a major backlash among the socialist autonomists. Strongly opposed to the integrationists, the socialist autonomists launched robust counter-offensives during 2012-14, organizing symposiums and publishing high-profile articles to rebut them. In response to the nationalistic high ground of the integrationists, socialist autonomists appeal to the party's ideological platform: socialism with Chinese characteristics. Socialist norms should continue to define redistributive policy on ethnic grounds, they argue, and more importantly, to justify state protection of minority members from the onslaught of the market economy. They also attack the melting consequences of integrationist policies and criticize convergence as Darwinist. At the same time, even while they continue to emphasize the developmental needs of ethnic groups, socialist autonomists say nothing about greater autonomy in terms of self-governance. For layers of the state apparatus in charge of ethnic affairs or studying the subject, it is bureaucratically rational to remain socialist autonomists and politically expedient to toe the ideologically correct line. Granted, some are genuinely devoted to the idea of ethnic equality and national integration through socialist autonomy, but others are privately sympathetic to the liberal autonomists. Ethnic elites worry less about proposals for turning autonomous regions into regular provinces, since the CCP is unlikely to take that risk at present. Animosity between the integrationists and defenders of the autonomous system can be so tense that they pound on the table at conferences, and refuse to talk to each other in private. The ideological platform of the Xi Jinping administration since late 2012, a commitment to the core value system of socialism, has helped the socialist autonomists to triumph politically. The CCP's 6th Conference on Minority Work, held in September 2014, responded to the debate on ethnic policy by incorporating the socialist ethnic theory advanced by the socialist autonomists. Xi Jinping's speech at the conference affirmed the autonomous system as the source of China's ethnic policy and pledged more developmental policies for minority regions. It pointedly refuted the assertion that China's autonomous system was based on the Soviet model and that ethnic policy must be depoliticized. The conference did answer the integrationists with calls to strengthen a common national identity, but left little opening for reform in the direction of reducing ethnic particularism. With Ilham Tohti put away for life 2 months before the 2014 conference and the integrationists rebuked at the conference, the socialist autonomists prevailed ideologically and politically. Public discussion of ending the autonomous system is now off the table, if not outright banned. A new trade-off appears to have emerged. That is, more developmental and distributional benefits but also more national integration. For the first part of the new bargain, the state has added a new grand project to its earlier Western Development Initiative for Minority Regions, the 13th Five-Year Plan for Frontier Development and Enrichment. A host of existing state developmental and assistance programs continues to intensify in minority regions. For the second part of the new bargain, the state promotes identification with the community of the Chinese nation. This new identity, unlike the ideas of civic nationalism and equal citizenship advocated by liberal integrationists, is based on the common Chinese dream or the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, through shared development and prosperity. These ideas, along with another new slogan, inter-ethnic unity like a family, harken back to the Mao era when collective interests and socialist brotherhood were emphasized. It remains to be seen if the community the Chinese nation can serve as a new universalism that transcends ethnicity. Confucian universalism was tolerant of alternative faiths. Class universalism was exclusive, but of a small group of former ethnic elites, which did not get in the way of inter-ethnic coalition. Developmentalism, on which the community of the Chinese nation is based, has been divisive inter-ethnically or otherwise and requires large state outlays. More importantly, Confucianism spread through cultural osmosis, not state imposition. Class universalism spread through a social revolution participated in and of benefit to the ethnic masses. Developmentalism, by contrast, has been promoted top-down, and from inland to ethnic regions. Finally, the idea of the Chinese nation remains contentious among ethnic intellectuals within China, not least because the state itself continues to use the term nationality to refer to its domestic ethnic groups. Because of the demographic dominance of the Han people and the central stipulation of the Chinese dream, the Chinese nation may be easily taken as represented by the Han nation. Specific policy measures remain in flux. Locally, some incremental changes are taking place in the direction of the integrationists' platform. Beginning in 2017, several regular provinces began to reduce or eliminate preferential policies in college admissions for minority students who live in Han areas, including Beijing, Jiangsu, Heilongjiang, Tianjin, and Shandong. On July 28, 2017, Xinjiang's local legislature voted to end preferential policies in family planning for local minority members. Under old policies, Han couples could only have one child in urban areas and 2 children in rural areas, whereas the permitted numbers were 2 and 3 for minority couples respectively. New policies allow Han couples to have the same number of children as minority couples, that is 2 children for urban couples and 3 for rural couples. The policy change is seemingly symbolic, since the relaxation of the one-child policy nationally in 2016 already allows Han couples to have 2 children, while the number of rural Han residents in Xinjiang is very small. Nevertheless, different localities may still have different preferential policies for minority members, such as allowing 4 children for rural Uyghur families. At the national level, major changes in preferential policies remain unlikely. In the foreseeable future, socialist autonomy will probably remain dominant, due both to the regime's concern with stability and to the ideological high ground and politically entrenched base of the socialist autonomists. All this means that there is no place for the liberal autonomists' visions of reform, at least for now. These visions concern in particular the 2 outer peripheral regions. They assume added relevance in recent years, given the deteriorating situation for Uyghurs in Xinjiang. An 8 phrases reform platform, outlined by Ilham Tohti, is reflective of the aspirations of an otherwise subdued Uyghur intelligentsia. Mindful of improbable independence, Tohti concedes that not every nationality needs to have a nation-state. His reform proposal thus aims at restoring genuine autonomy within the current territorial arrangement, including Uyghur involvement in the policy-making and developmental processes that affect them, Uyghur rights over resources, religion and language, political trust in Uyghurs that can be reflected in their appointment to the top leadership position in Xinjiang, equality or no discrimination of Uyghurs, respect for Uyghurs as cultural equals rather than as inferiors, recognition for Uyghurs' view of their history and of Xinjiang's history, improved standards of living, and democracy. 3 Tohti's autonomy thus diverges from socialist autonomy in its priorities, whereas socialist autonomy emphasizes material progress, Todi places it at the near bottom of his list, or number 7. Instead, he prioritizes Uyghurs' right to decide the kind of progress they want and how they want it. Rabia Kadir, the Uyghur leader in exile, states the Uyghur people's goal as seeking the right to self-rule and self-determination, which she does not regard as separatist. Both Uyghur leaders concur on the primacy of autonomy rights, an elusive goal under China's current system and political climate. For the TAR, no coherent vision parallel to Todi's has emerged from Tibetan areas of China. Rather, high autonomy has been proposed by Tibetan exiles. The idea includes a self-governing territory comprising areas inhabited by all ethnic Tibetans across 4 neighboring Chinese provinces, restrictions on non-Tibetans entering the Tibetan areas, and decision-making power in all issues except defense and foreign relations. This autonomous government would make policy on education, religious practice, and the use of natural resources. The Dalai Lama assures that it would not force out Han Chinese who have already settled on the Tibetan plateau, but would place limits on future migration. His envoys have presented this idea of Tibetan autonomy to Beijing, but China rejects the Greater Tibet concept on historical grounds and chastises its potential for ethnic cleansing. Wang Lixian argues that the exiles have exhausted their political strategy of relying on international pressure to induce concessions from China, so that any future vision and strategy for change will need to come from within Tibetan regions of China. Wang's own proposals vary from indirect representation to village autonomy. The conceptual barrier to improving autonomy, ironically, is the very idea of sovereignty that China learned from the West. Questions about indigenous rights and self-governance are often moot in the Chinese discourse because of the staunch Chinese insistence on sovereignty. The average officials and scholars in China, as well as the general public, easily get defensive over Western criticisms about Chinese policies in Tibet and Xinjiang, routinely turning around to attack Western records or intentions. They hold sacred that all of China's territories belong to the whole country, so there is little room for liberal guilt. On the contrary, many believe that the rest of the country has done much to help the TAR and Xinjiang and that China's developmental programs are genuinely good for ethnic regions. Teng Xing, a prominent scholar of ethnic studies, testily told me in a conversation that he had lived in a Native American tribe for 2 years and studied its conditions firsthand, so don't lecture to me about autonomy. Guided by this attitude and aided by developmentalism, ultramodern infrastructure, resource capacity, and a maximalist state, the integrationists will likely prevail by default over the long run. But it remains to be seen what the costs will be. Viable alternatives in the short and intermediate run, neither de-ethnicization nor high autonomy is likely under the current regime. For the layers of the state apparatus in charge of ethnic affairs, it is bureaucratically rational to remain socialist ethno-federalists and politically expedient to toe the ideologically correct line than to challenge it. But some are genuinely devoted to the idea of ethnic equality and national integration through socialist autonomy, while others are privately sympathetic to dissident autonomists. For individual ethnic members, incentives diverge. Those who do well without affirmative action programs, or otherwise have strong identification with the state, are more critical of socialist autonomy and supportive of integration. Those whose cultural and linguistic attributes do not serve them well in the market economy understandably resist any perceived move toward de-ethnicization. In the other direction, China's current climate of hyper-anti-separatism forecloses prospects for liberal autonomy. Any devolution of power will be looked down upon with mistrust from the center. Moreover, as Philip Roeder's study of Soviet disintegration shows, local ethnic officialdom was willing to challenge and break away from the central Soviet state only when the latter no longer had the ability to deliver economic benefits. As long as Beijing can deliver such benefits, it is unlikely to be seriously challenged. But this does not mean that Beijing is without serious challengers. Instead of the local officialdom in the Soviet case, in China's case it is the cultural and intellectual elites, particularly from the more culturally distinct communities and the post-Mao generations. Threatened by the homogenizing effects of modernization, these elites are concerned with the preservation and reconstruction of their ethnic culture and history. This is particularly true of outer peripheral regions with core ethnic groups, namely the Tar and Xinjiang. In moments of political liberalization, they are most likely to be political entrepreneurs mobilizing along ethnic lines. Given the infeasibility of drastic reforms in either direction, it is more realistic to discuss mid-range reforms under current political conditions. The optimal scenario will be a mix of reforms that simultaneously enhances national integration and real autonomy. Differentiating national and ethnic minorities. One of the central flaws of the ethnic classification campaign was to lump together groups of divergent sizes, histories, cultural attributes, and geographic distances as nationalities. As some Uyghurs rightly complain, small and isolated primitive tribes in remote hills are hardly comparable to large communities associated with major civilizations. A differentiation of China's minority groups will do much to help devise better governance forms and public policies. Most importantly, the definition of Tibetans and Uyghurs as national minorities would entail that their rights to territorial autonomy and its prerogatives be better respected. The Mongols may be added as a national minority. The so-called isolated primitive tribes are analogous to indigenous peoples, whose land and cultural rights should be respected, although the varying degrees and lengths of historical incorporation and interaction will not make a definitive classification easy. Culturally at least, the minority communities that fall in China's inner peripheral zone can simply be called ethnic groups, rather than nationalities. In place of preferential policies promoting inclusion, representation, and sensitivity may be more appropriate for these groups. Indeed, China's regular school curriculum and public media are notorious in being Han-centric and state-centric. Most students go through public school curricula without learning about the minority origins of many Chinese dynasties and cultural heritages. Public representation of minority groups and cultures, meanwhile, often amounts to a stereotyping and simplifying project, which helps to reinforce the biased perception that minority regions need outside help to develop. To the extent that preferential policies help reinforce those biases, their replacement by universal anti-poverty programs on the one hand, and policies of ethnic sensitivity on the other, may more effectively reduce entry barriers for ethnic groups. Special Autonomous Zone (SAZ) may be a feasible option modeling after China's coastal special economic zones, which are territorial enclaves with policy flexibilities within a larger administrative unit. For the new SAZ, Hu Yaobang's idea of high autonomy may be experimented with. The central state will have authority in just 3 areas: defense, diplomacy, and veto power over internal policy. This will help tune down the maximalist state that contemporary China has become in Xinjiang and Tibet. Such a SAZ can be experimented with in southern Xinjiang. Granted, the central state will resist any new arrangement filled with uncertainties. Perhaps the only possible way to induce a compromise from the central state would be to render Xinjiang a regular province, while preserving the existing autonomous units within it. Such a mixed system could avoid making the central state overly insecure about separatism and religious radicalism, as it allows state intervention and Han exit if ethnic cleaning were to occur. Uyghur political and cultural elites would surely oppose any retreat from the idea that a Uyghur autonomous region does not mean the whole of Xinjiang. But given political realities, if a localized SAZ can be shown to work well first, a SAZ that includes the whole of southern Xinjiang or even entire Xinjiang will be more feasible later on. A Xinjiang province with a SAZ within it will be more like Qinghai or Yunnan. In fact, Qinghai, while a regular province, contains autonomous units covering 98% of its territories. In this arrangement, the absence of one titular ethnic group has mitigated, at least at the provincial level, titular identity politics and the alignment of small minority groups against it. Within the proposed SAZ, the local minority government will have power over such issues as resources, employment, education, language, and employment that now concern Uyghurs. The central and local governments may negotiate policies to prevent non-Uyghurs from the fate of Russian minorities in former Soviet republics after independence. Local ethnic elites, especially secular elites, will likely need to make coalitions with the Han and the small minority groups as well as with the central government to keep the modern sectors thriving and religious radicalism in check. Their priorities may not be all that different from Beijing's, even if their strategies are. The parallel existence of SAZ and autonomous areas within Xinjiang would allow healthy competition between two models of autonomy. In those autonomous areas outside the experimented SAZ, improved autonomy may focus on indigenous groups' rights where relevant, political and cultural inclusion, voluntary bilingual education programs, bilingual usage in public services and signage, and if possible, forms of autonomy according to local popular preferences. For the TAR, a legal framework for high autonomy already exists, namely the 17-point agreement reached between Beijing and Lhasa in 1951. While the Tibetan government in exile has repudiated it, a return to that framework would entail a much higher degree of political autonomy than at present. This includes preservation of Tibet's pre-1952 system of government, the status, functions, and powers of the Dalai and Panchen Lamas, and freedom of religion. The central government, meanwhile, would take charge of Tibet's defense and external affairs. The Greater Tibet concept has less legal foundation, but deserves no less autonomy. To promote more autonomy in eastern Tibetan regions, Wang Lixing's ideas of indirect representation and village autonomy hold more political realism at present. Bilingual education as two-way electives in all bilingual programs that currently exist, it is both practical and technically feasible to offer different models of bilingual education as elective classes for all students, rather than only mandatory programs for minority students. Offering options is a necessary attendant of autonomy and the best way to diffuse opposition. Logistically, it is easier than a blanket transition to Chinese medium instruction. Conversely, offering ethnic languages in regular schools, as elective substitutes to foreign languages, will give incentives for Mandarin speakers to take such courses. For Mandarin speakers in ethnic regions, it makes more sense to learn a local ethnic language than a foreign language, which is now mandated. If bonus points are given for taking an ethnic language test for college admissions or for civil service jobs, there will surely be more interest in learning ethnic languages. Indeed, in this age of fast transformation and globalization for China, protection of cultural heritages, including ethnic languages, should be among its national priorities. Thanks to a long history of ethnic fusion and acculturation, most Chinese have a relaxed attitude about cultural assimilation. This insensitivity is worsened by a seemingly Darwinist approach to what may be assimilated. Advanced cultures are warmly embraced, while backward cultures are shunned. Symbols of Western culture, from Christmas to Valentine's Day and from birthday cakes to white wedding gowns, have become commonplace in China. Urban Chinese parents eagerly push their children to learn English and, for those who can, to attend high schools and colleges in Western countries. Concerned intellectuals lament that many Chinese youths now spend more time learning English than Chinese, but few Han parents seem to hold deeper cultural misgivings. Several U.S. holidays are celebrated by the Chinese public with fanfare, but few Han Chinese care or know about the holidays and other cultural traditions of their own backward minorities. In their frenzy to develop and modernize, local officials have no qualms about demolishing traditional architectures, ancient walls, or even historical landmarks. But resistance to such destructive efforts from minority groups should give pause to China that its own modernization bias may be at fault. Overcoming social Darwinian bias. Battling this bias will be a daunting task, but a necessary part of any serious Chinese rethinking on ethnic policy and governance. Although minority intellectuals and commoners generally embrace material progress, many are disconcerted about being categorized as backward. Beijing's efforts to transplant inland models to ethnic regions certainly assumes the superiority of its models. Promotion of economic development by the Han-dominated government and inland regions, moreover, lends itself to perceptions of Sinification, even if integrationists insist that modernization is not Sinification. With a growing recognition of the folly of this one-way dissemination, there should be more room for bottom-up initiatives from ethnic communities.
As a well-placed SEAC researcher boldly criticizes, the state's policies of development in minority regions eschews a diverse view of human evolution and have a Darwinian logic, for they use the advanced majority group as a measure by which minority groups are gauged. Viewing minority societies as inferior, the advanced group is convinced of its responsibility to help the weak groups. Such views move beyond earlier criticisms that fault technical infeasibilities of transplanting inland models. Criticizing Han cultural biases brings the argument to a higher, normative plane and can lead to a new level of public understanding. As a first step, elimination of references to backward and advanced regions will help moderate a superiority complex among Han individuals and instill respect for ethnic differences. Protection based on rights. The integrationists offer a potentially revolutionary platform of reform by proposing equal citizenship. Although the original intention is to get rid of the state's positive discrimination, any discourse on political equality will have to confront the realities of societal discrimination suffered by distinct minority groups. Societal discrimination arises from sources that state policies have sought to remedy: language, religion, culture, or levels of development. How would a reform platform for equal citizenship protect minority rights in job searches, hotel stays, taxi rides, airport searches, passport applications, religious worship, etc.? Some integrationists duly recognize these problems, but are short on specific solutions. They pay attention to legal battles in America that seek to roll back affirmative action policies, but they neglect legal battles that seek to fight back against various forms of racial discrimination. Marong ends many of his articles praising the American model of ethnic integration and views the segmental effects of the autonomous system as virtual segregation. However, China's integrationists seldom if ever touch on anti-discrimination laws in America. With improved rule of law in China, anti-discrimination law will be the natural alternative to state policies of positive discrimination. The SEAC and its local branches will be best poised to enforce such a law. This transition of SEAC functions will assuage fears about job loss from the demise of preferential policies, thus securing support for reforming socialist autonomy. To enforce equal citizenship, any statutes will also need to cover other common prejudices in China, such as those involving age, appearance, gender, and disabilities in hiring. Such a broadly based law may indeed prove to be better protection for all Chinese citizens in the long run. Implications for the international arena. The international implications of China's ethnic woes revolve around constraints on China's security and foreign policy behavior as well as on its international reactions. As sporadic unrest in China's ethnic regions has involved violence, in some cases massive violence, ethnic strife could erupt into greater distractions in times of China's external crisis. Moreover, when some of China's ethnic policies receive international attention as human rights abuses, as in the international uproar over the treatment of Uyghurs, China's international image and soft power suffer significantly. One constraint on China's security behavior has been the foreign policy implication of placating restive groups at home. This has entailed expensive financial subsidies and other policy payouts that place burdens on China's global rise. Stabilizing restive regions has required more security apparatus than might otherwise be necessary. It has become notorious that China's expenditure for domestic stability maintenance now exceeds that for national defense. In the international arena, Beijing has had to use economic incentives, such as free trade zones, investment, and export opportunities, to induce other countries to cancel political activities organized by exiled groups. Even a simple meeting with exiled leaders by Western politicians can make Beijing highly nervous, as this may send encouraging messages to restive minority groups at home. More recently, Chinese investments have helped to silence complaints regarding Xinjiang's re-education camps from Muslim countries in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. Finally, sporadic unrest and suppression generate international criticism and pressure to improve human rights conditions. Extreme measures such as the surveillance state and re-education camps multiply such criticism and pressure. Insofar as the financial and security costs can be absorbed internally,
the moral costs would matter more for the international environment of China's rise. Reports of excruciating ethnic policies unleash criticisms of human rights abuse, internal colonialism, and political oppression, as well as a deep mistrust of the nature and intentions of the Chinese regime. The re-education camps in Xinjiang have therefore caused growing concern in Western capitals about what China's domestic crackdown means for international security and the liberal international order. As one European analyst puts it, U.S. Vice President Mike Pence set the tone for the West's China discourse when he argued at the Hudson Institute in 2018 that a country that oppresses its own people rarely stops there. In this view, China's turn toward a more repressive stance domestically, with internment camps in Xinjiang and proliferation of high-tech surveillance, and an increasingly aggressive foreign policy, are not coincidental developments, but different manifestations of the same trend. Even preferential policies may invite mistrustful judgments that they are ploys to buy off restive minorities. Ethnic exiles are sentimentally charged by ethnic unrest in China, and public opinions and politicians in the West will remain influenced by these exile sources. International support for ethnic insurgents should constitute a grave concern for a rising China. Such support not only internationalizes ethnic conflict but can also influence its intensity and outcome. A range of factors, including China's regime type, its relative power and ideology, the charisma of ethnic leaders, as well as the domestic constituents of supporting countries, will likely increase the level of international support for China's restive minority groups, that is Tibetans and Uyghurs. As Sedimans studies show, when separatism of a minority group strengthens and popular support for such strife visibly rises within the group in question, the perceived intensity and popular base can influence international support even in violent conflicts. Such a minority group in an undemocratic regime and a strong state, moreover, is likely to receive broader external support. These factors weigh significantly in Western support for Tibet, although the importance of economic relations has also offset sentimental concerns. Implications for Western policies. The implications from this study entail improving China's understanding of the roots of its ethnic problems as well as of the nature of Western support for minority human rights in China. Misunderstanding of this support is the biggest source of misperception on the Chinese part of a Western, especially American, conspiracy to destabilize China. Lacking an understanding of Western pluralistic domestic politics, many in China, including some serious analysts, equate the support that exiled ethnic leaders enjoy in the West to Western governments' political support for separatism and even terrorism in China. It is important that those misunderstandings be dispelled, as they have become a major source of misconceived conspiracy theories and hypernationalism in China. It is not uncommon in popular or semi-official discourse in China to blame Western forces for being behind-the-scene actors in China's restive minority regions. In the most notorious case, Dai Su, a professor at China's National Defense University and a popular commentator in China's nationalistic media forums, has become a populist propagandist of American conspiracies to derail China through subversive activities in China's neighboring countries as well as Tibet and Xinjiang. His most extreme comments have been deleted from the Chinese internet, but the idea of a Western conspiracy lingers in the sensationalist media and the popular imagination, especially the populist paper Global Times, where Dai Su's opinions have also appeared. Influenced by the state's nationalistic education, it is easy for less informed Chinese citizens to fall for conspiracy theories, stimulating hypernationalism and further misunderstandings. Despite the absurdity of conspiracy theories, they linger in some form in the official Chinese understanding of Western support for China's ethnic exiles. The American government's reluctance to label violent incidents in Xinjiang as terrorism has further fueled the perception that the Tibet and Xinjiang issues are being used by the U.S. government as foreign policy tools to tie down China's hands. This perception has in important part led to the sovereignty anxiety that contributes to China's extensive efforts at integration in those sensitive minority regions. These efforts in turn backfire, causing more tensions in those regions and creating a vicious cycle.
It is also among the reasons for China's hypersensitivity to the Dalai Lama's meetings with Western governments. Driven by this misconception and hypersensitivity, China has been willing to spend generously on commercial deals to dissuade foreign governments from supporting or harboring so-called separatist forces. In the process, it has also become a hostage of its own mistaken perceptions and policies. Western governments would do well to convey the authenticity and sincerity of their human rights concerns. It is routine for serious Chinese analysts, and likely policy makers as well, to dismiss those Western concerns as moral posturing. In a report on America's Xinjiang policy written by researchers at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the authors refer to the Xinjiang issue as a card available for America to play against China. As the USA increasingly relies on Chinese cooperation in the areas of global financial crises, anti-terrorism, and anti-nuclear proliferation, the report argues, the cards in America's hands have dwindled, making the Tibet and Xinjiang issues more important. The rationale for this line of argument is utter realism. The report dismisses the moral concerns of the human rights discourse as spurious, since these concerns largely come from circles not directly relevant to foreign policy making in America. More recently, discomfort with excessive security measures has made many Han intellectuals in Xinjiang see the point of Western criticisms about human rights issues in China. But ordinary Han residents in Xinjiang remain supportive of those measures and indifferent to Western criticisms, despite onerous burdens on themselves. They and those who visit Xinjiang from inland provinces, simply marvel at how safe the province has become under Chen Quanguo's reign, with little regard for the cost to Uyghurs. It is useful to help Chinese policy analysts and policy makers understand the pluralistic domestic political processes in America. Unlike in China where the ruling party and its leadership dominate, multiple actors play important roles in the U.S. policy processes, not only the Congress but also non-governmental organizations, academia, and the general public. It is especially important to remind China that using China's paradigm of sovereignty to understand Western concerns for human rights is misguided. Because of China's mental trap in the 100 years of humiliation at the hands of imperial powers, it holds sovereignty issues as overriding, unconvinced that the West can possibly take human rights issues seriously. Using this lens to understand American concerns and policies, however, can be specious, because the liberal, individualistic, and postmodern values of the American civil society genuinely lead to a valuation of individual liberties and rights over sovereign rights. In America's open political process, this civil society has a bearing on foreign policy making, unlike the closed political system of China. It is also important to educate China about why the so-called anti-China forces among American politicians are anti-China. What are their motives? Are they really ill-intended? For American politicians on the left and the right, criticizing China's human rights records, or pressuring the country to democratize or abandon its authoritarian system, is not equivalent to being anti-China. After all, the Chinese Communist Party is not equivalent to China the country, even though the CCP often blurs the distinction. Likewise, even those sympathetic to separatism among Western politicians are not necessarily anti-China per se, for they do not support separatism for its own sake but out of human rights concerns. In other words, if some minority groups do not feel well protected in terms of their rights and liberties, what then is the meaning of sovereignty for them? In interesting ways, the lack of concern for China's human rights issues shown by the Trump administration disappoints conspiracy theorists in China, as it contradicts their belief system about America. Of course, the Trump administration's anti-China stance on trade has aroused new conspiracy theories, this time about America's efforts to contain China's rise by halting China's 5G dominance. Much as Chinese perceptions of American intentions on human rights issues, the Chinese leadership and the general public have difficulty viewing China's heavy state subsidies for its state enterprises as abuse of international trade rules. In such cases, education about non-Chinese perspectives will be useful. Finally, with Western countries' rich experiences in dealing with minority incorporation and autonomy,
it would be productive to share with China those effective policies that can balance the goals of national integration, group autonomy, individual rights, and social equality. Needless to say, the rise of homegrown terrorism in Western Europe and the polarization of identity politics in America have cast doubts on the credibility of Western experiences. In this context, it is more useful to make concrete and feasible proposals for reform than simply championing the abstract concepts of freedom and rights. It is more prudent to show Chinese leaders specifically why a stifling of local input and dissent leads to bad policies that feed greater and broader social disaffection. China needs to be convinced that domestic separatism and terrorism are largely products of its own policy dynamics, and that it needs to adjust domestic policies to fundamentally stem the destabilizing forces. Ultimately, China needs to be convinced that state largesse on the one hand, but state control on the other, will not resolve fundamental problems of national integration. Such contradictory efforts serve to drain the dividends from its remarkable economic development, as long as the sources of integration's discontents persist. Most of all, the moral costs associated with draconian policies, such as the re-education camps in Xinjiang, irreparably damage the national image of a rising China.